Oh my god, right? Yeah. I mean, I know if I come across brothers, dude is like a
All right, guys. I apologize for the delay in getting you guys back live. We had some technical issues that required a full computer restart, but we are here now, catching up on the game. It looks like we are in round two with the game mode being Feast for Crows with the wetlands terrain deployment. Oh, they were mine. You can. Thank you. It really is a nice battlefield. It really is a nice battlefield.
Any way to like temporarily mute it when I eat?
No, I think you'll here if you want to just put it in whenever you're not using it.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. All right. So he does have two very similar lists. We believe it's the Jor list.
Because the other one doesn't have.
Yeah, because if he outflanked those cavalry, that probably means he had that. Why is this?
Are there any archers there, or are they all the exact same?
Looks like they're all the exact same unit. Okay, no, there's Lightbringers. Good eye. So, yeah.
Come on over to your side.
Oh, Assad's got to hop around the table in order to move his cavalry.
I'll put him right there. Yeah. I know I can get there for the new. I got to the line of sight. I declared the charge. Yeah, and it's going to be a long. Yeah. I'll just. Folks, don't forget we have first blood prizes. Does anyone kill the unit yet? No? Okay. You are good to go.
Looking good. So there's a pretty united front from the Baratheons looking down on two other units. It really looks like he's just trying to sweep and clear one half of the board. So, based on the positioning and how the first turn or two have gone out, how do you think this game's going to be progressing?
So it's an interesting one. Baratheons have grouped up all on one side and pretty much conceded the far token. So we're looking at a Night's Watch Juror list. Yeah, let's pull that up here. So I can't tell if it's the crossbowman on the token and the Sworn Brother. I can't tell which of the three Night's Watch infantry is which.
It looks like he's got Sworn Brothers all the way on the far side.
Okay.
Just judging by the swords being up, you can't really see it in the small bit of the stream we see. Looks like, I want to say vets are in the middle. Is that what that is? And then
Sword would be, they don't have vets.
oh,
There's
then the Shadow
Shadow
Tower.
Tower Spearman. Yep.
And then
Builder Crossbowman on the token.
Builder Crossbowman closer to us.
On the token.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So
All right.
they're
Yeah.
tearing down a lot of stuff. They got the ready
Yeah.
release, but that's only so many hits.
And that's not that great against Kingsmen.
No.
It looks like the Night's Watch plan is to use that Vanguard cavalry to punch through the Lightbringers, and I wonder if he's trying to hold it so that he can use their Sentinel when the Lightbringers make an attack, but he needs to get in long range of his own units to do that. I don't see how the crossbowmen can stand up to two Kingsmen that are directly ready to smash them. It's gonna be a bad time. And it looks like, the Baratheons are controlling Crown, so the Kingsmen will get all their bonuses.
Yeah, it's pretty. I don't know if you consider this a skew list, but
I mean, 3 Kingsmen is pretty skewed. It says our audio is a little low.
yeah, we see what I can do about that.
Yeah.
Thank you for the suggestion.
I can't tell which Kingsmen attachment is which. The unit that's taken a wound on the Baratheon side is the Lightbringers, the one that's kind of in the middle. Which Kingsman is which? Your guess is as good as mine.
They all have different attachments?
Yeah, one has Stannis Rightfully Commander, one has Justin Massey, Battle Plan and Threaten, and one has Brian Faring, True Conviction and Protection of the Crown.
Kill credit still.
Yes, no one has claimed a kill credit yet.
Oh, thanks.
It looks like we have our first person claiming a kill credit for the round. We are giving out Dragon Glass arrowheads for the first 3 people that come up and say they've killed a unit each round. Right on cue. There goes number 2.
You killed some Starks. Very nice. I mean, does a wolf
Oh, I
pack
guess
really
one
count? I don't know.
note is you do need to be in the continental United States for shipping.
Even piddly little wolf packs count for the first blood prize. We are out of arrowheads for round 2. Better luck next round.
On one hand, putting a not trash unit all the way out on the other side of the map to score always feels really bad. On the other hand, he did now tie up 2.5, 3 Kingsmen with 1 unit, which feels pretty good.
It's an interesting problem for the Baratheons. The Lightbringers have Davos, like they usually do, and they're not going to be able to stand up. They're not going to be able to stand up to Vanguard hit in the back with cold hands.
Yeah, quite the
Kingsmen-
annoying unit.
Yeah. Kingsmen will stand up to that, but there's cold hands create some interesting issues for them too, because for 2 of the last to work, they need to pass their morale test. If you're in corpse pile range and you got cold hands on you, then your 2 of the last is on a 7-up, and that's not exactly a guaranteed test.
Yeah. Speaking of,
Looks like some crossbowmen just shot some Lightbringers.
probably the one unit he could feasibly kill.
I mean, when you always just want to target the Davos Lightbringers first, because if you don't, they'll just heal everyone else on board.
Very true. And remind me again, the wall in the middle would be what for this weirwood clearing? Or not the weirwood clearing, the wetlands?
I think they had a choice. It could be a hedge or stakes.
Just judging by the shape, I think it's actually stakes. Getting some confirmation from the fields.
Yes, those are stakes.
Stakes indeedy do. We've got a called shot on a crescent.
Okay, that deployment makes a lot more sense now. Yeah, so that's the crossbowman hiding behind the stakes, and the spearmen on the token.
Oh, we had their position swapped.
Yep.
Okay. That is a little bit more of a burly unit for the Kingsmen to be caught up with.
Yeah.
Because they're now what? With the last patch, they went to 3-4. I want to say.
But
Shadow Tower.
they're 7/7/4 on 3s attacking, and 3-up armor, 5-up morale.
3-5. So they're pretty tanky.
Yeah. And they've
Even on top of a corpse pile.
Yeah, and they've got Corn in there for battle scars and go down fighting.
Yeah, that's a unit I really don't want to fight prolonged.
Yeah. But since it looks like we have the long-awaited rear charge from the Vanguard into the Lightbringers.
Yes, we do. So, fire that bring the cold to get attached to the unit.
That is the take a wound to remove a condition token card when it's used as an attachment detachment, I believe.
Sounds about right.
I almost never play it for that. I almost always play it for the panic reroll, or auto pass. But here, that seems like a good idea. Yeah, the unsupported Vanguard is usually scary, but if you're going to run it against something, it would be this incredibly immobile Baratheon list.
I was going to say, the Baratheons tend to have a problem with mobility, making this one of the best places to outflank. On top of that, there's no Crownland Scouts, there's no Stag Knight,
No
there's
cavalry.
not even a Dragonstone.
Yep, no
that can
cavalry,
go
no
fight it.
Dragonstone noble, nothing. I mean, the Astana side has less mobile units to begin with, and this one has
No
nothing.
mobile units.
And this was,
Intimidating presence in the rear still doesn't pick up any damage.
if he passed the panic, even after the panic token? Oof.
I believe so.
Wow.
Yeah, they're healing up.
Yep. Well, it is a dice game.
We saw it last round, we saw it this round.
Yep.
You know, you plan for a lot of stuff.
Yep.
But I have a feeling that effectively neutered them. They would be able to heal up a little bit more, yeah, but...
It did, but it could be rough. It looks like the Kingsmen are set to charge the Vanguard in the flank, and that is not that's going to be rough for the Vanguard.
Yeah.
Lightbringers are likely to die to crossbow shots unless they find some way to quickly heal some stuff. Did the Baratheon conviction not go off, or did they... Oh, there it goes. Oh, no, there's a bat. They took bags. Okay.
I think he was confirming the number of wounds and stuff.
Got it. Now, this Baratheon list does not have Selyse and
So it
Shireen,
looks
so
like
when something dies, it'll
Something,
die.
whatever happened, Assad was able to use that attack and then retreat off of it.
I think he just claimed horses.
Okay, yes.
Which gets him away from those Kingsmen that were eyeing his flank. That's clever. Looks like
For a unit that was supposed to be dead, it looks very healthy.
it looks like the Baratheon player took bags with Alistair, moved Alistair off, and then took bags again after the Vanguard move. So he got 2 bags heals just now.
Wow. I mean, if the Lightbringers are your best way to project force without, having to march up your slow infantry.
And this is not a Cotter list, so he doesn't have any way to get a second charge with those Vanguard. Baratheons look like they've weathered the initial assault quite nicely.
I remember when Cotter came out, he flew very under the radar. Everybody goes, wait a minute. Making attacks is good.
Yep.
I think that might have been before the Relentless change, which probably was part of it.
Yeah. I actually may be speaking a little too soon. I think the Vanguard might now be in long range of the Shadow Tower Spearmen, which would give it Sentinel. Which would give it a Sentinel charge if the Baratheons attack the Spearmen.
Oh, we're not on camera. That's too bad.
No, there's no camera for us.
Well, I mean, there is right there.
Yeah, but you see it struggle busting as much as it is already.
That's true. Well, you know what I always say. My gums sure do love a licking.
That was the head judge giving his 2 cents into the match, as always.
Yep.
8 people voted. It looks like Baratheons are favored in the match.
Interesting. Let's see. Yeah, it looked like Assad. Looks like Assad moved the Shadow Tower Spearman off the token. Didn't they used to have that token?
Does look like he. Oh, this is.
Oh, that's an old Frozen. Okay. Okay, that doesn't match the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. For those of you on stream, the stream was not showed up on the computer. It was a screenshot from earlier in the round that we were looking at.
All right. I guess they're looking it up. I think we're going to see a long charge. 6 up.
That's Kingsman. I don't even think he's got 6 up right now. Pretty sure Rightful Heir doesn't have any auto charges.
Nope. If he wants this charge, he has to earn it. It's
also likely, if he does it, it's also likely to get close there even if he doesn't roll a 6, and then he can do it top of next round with the Crescent.
Yeah, the cool part about having super good morale.
Oh, I think he got the 6. Oh, wow. Wow.
Somebody get the salt water. He makes the charge. So I guess all that talk about Crescent is whatever. All right.
It's smarter to be lucky than it's lucky to be smart. If you can name where that reference is from on the stream, you'll get a point, which is worth nothing, but you'll earn my appreciation if you know that reference.
Tip of the cap. We're hearing 5 hits in the flank sundering.
Only 5 hits. Yeah, that really hurts the Night Swat strategy because now he doesn't have a Sentinel.
Yeah. They're just calling this a maneuver plus. I did not catch that, but that's hilarious.
Baratheon still needs some way to cut through and get that objective away from them, though, if they're gonna get this game. Otherwise, they're just gonna lose on points.
Because this is the game mode where you have 2 objectives to start.
Yeah.
And until something dies.
Not just something; it has to be an infantry that dies. And
yeah.
Right
so
now,
that cavalry is it's worth a point, but it's only worth 1 point.
Yeah. It actually might honestly be a good thing for the Baratheons to lose the Lightbringers because it would give them an objective to hold.
Yeah. You know, giving up a far objective in a 3 or 5 game objective game mode, that's one thing. But when there's half of them, then you're just saying, I don't even care about that one.
Right. And there's also a problem for the Baratheons that the way the units are positioned on the near corpse pile, he cannot charge those spearmen in any effective way. The unit that's closest to the flank is blocking half of the spearmen's frontage, so the other Kingsmen would have to charge. Well, sorry, the second Kingsmen from the flank are charge blocking the Kingsmen that are closest to us. So he's got to charge with the second one instead, but the ones that are closest to the flank are blocking half the spearmen. So the only way the Kingsmen can charge the spearmen right now is to go over the stakes. Or you can just shoot them. Shooting them is also a good idea.
That seems to be pretty effective here.
Dropping the token is another good way to deal with it.
All right, slight update on the way the game is going right now. The spearmen down on the bottom don't actually have the objective, or had, especially after failing that panic. That's actually on the Kingsmen down there. The damage unit is the Lightbringers, yes. We've got Lightbringers and 3 Kingsmen. So, a small update from the fields is those spearmen never had that objective down there.
Oh.
It's been on the Kingsmen the entire time that are just
They're just seeing that.
the little itty bitty bit on it. Because I clarified when they didn't move the objective off.
Well, that puts the Baratheons in a much better position than I thought they were in.
Yeah. So now they're trading 1-to-1,
Yeah.
and with no fear, he's running right over the stakes to.
To try to kill the. Risky.
Yeah. So that does make it a lot worse for the Night's Watch now, when you think about it.
But it does make it impossible. It makes it impossible for the Night's Watch to get to the token. You can't even shoot them.
Not this turn, no.
Yeah. Question is, can the Kingsmen not die from stakes and Shadow Tower Spearman attacks in the process?
So far, they seem to be doing a good job.
Well, they took 2 wounds from the stakes. Now they're going to roll some damage. Only 4 hits, huh? Did he just block all 4 of those hits? I think he did.
It looks like he saved all of them.
Yeah, it is good to be lucky.
Man's running pretty hot today.
Yeah. Hey, what do you got? Oh, that was easy.
Most judge calls are pretty easy. So, I tried Portillo's, and not to start a war, I think New Jersey has some better hot dogs. If you ever come out my way, let me know. Over in Jersey, there's a little place called Rutt's Hut. They've been in business for 100 years. The thing that they do special is they like to deep fry their hot dogs, so the skin gets all nice and crunchy and crisp.
Yeah.
Whew, that stuff's good.
Yeah.
But it's one of those cash-only businesses.
Right. I mean, you're comparing the local cash-only business to a big local chain, so I'm not sure that's entirely a fair comparison. We probably have some local chains that can compete with you. Yeah,
I will say the operation itself was impressive.
Yeah.
You know, super efficient. All right, well, looking at all the damage that went through over here.
Yeah. Let's see. So 1 unit of Kingsmen took a lot of damage, but Spearmen are about to eat a pretty hard shot.
Interesting that he brought the Kingsmen with the objective token into the fight.
It's pretty hard to get the token back from them at this point. And I think the Spearmen are already activated, so they can't lose it right now.
Battle Scar's doing work.
Yep.
Failed panic, but because of unyielding,
Yep.
all good.
So yeah, those. I don't think those Spearmen are very long for this world.
They're tough as nails.
Yeah. But on the other hand, I don't know how the Kingsmen that are sitting on the stakes are going to survive the onslaught of crossbows that's coming at them. I guess they got two to the last. That helps keep them alive. And those Vanguard are struggling as well. So looks like that's end around. Let's see if we have the expected Crescent play coming up.
So, for the people who aren't familiar with Baratheons, what is so special about the Crescent?
So Crescent has a once per game ability that at the start of round he can go ahead and claim his own before anyone takes an action, effectively stealing first player to claim swords. He dies at the end of the turn, but it's worth it. Is Bob first? I didn't see what the token was. Yeah.
Well,
And
either way, he is using the crescent once a game right now.
Yeah, and it's not like a need for vengeance. It still can be worth taking it even if when you're on turn because effectively it lets you go twice in a row if you're on turn.
Hatch face token. Place and go fish.
I didn't hear what card he was looking for.
Whatever it was, Assad doesn't have it.
Yeah.
Or at least he says he doesn't.
I mean, Night Gathers is usually the scary draw card, though I'm not sure it's that scary in this matchup because the Baratheon armor is good.
I would be double checking he doesn't have a defense reroll ability right now.
That makes sense, yeah. Yeah, worth doing the crescent here because
Get it out of the way before he has a chance to act.
Okay, so yeah, he wasn't on turn. It was in fact Night's Watch's first player, and that did finish killing Cold Hands as was expected.
Giving everybody a little time check. There's about an hour left in this round.
The time, that's the official clock, which may not be accurate in terms of there was an accidental clock stoppage earlier that I tried to adjust for, but I think we're pretty close. Let's see, what other interesting games do we have this round?
Any other cool matchups?
Well, let's see. We had some interesting upsets in round one.
You were mentioning some stuff about Brotherhood.
Yeah. So the match between Trial Fam and Tristan Kelly and Dave Mickler. Tristan won a crushing victory there, so that was a Brotherhood loss. I think the biggest upset was probably the match between Jordan Cook and Brian Bauer, which was a tabling of Jordan. So Yorbo. So I think the two top American players by ELO. Top player by ELO here is Morty, but the next two were Dave Meckler and Jordan, and they both lost round one.
Huh. Well, rip Assad's board. We also note that the cavalry are gone.
That will let the Night's Watch pop a corpse pile on, but it's going to be he's going to have to hold it with those crossbows. It has to be 1 inch away from any unit or terrain on the table. Fully within long range.
Do we still have arrowheads?
No, we're out of arrowheads for them. Yeah, it's hard to see how the Night's Watch comes back from this one.
I think it involves killing
lucky crossbow shots.
Some stags that are there right now. And I guess this is the power of, concentrating your forces on half of the objectives. If it pays off, you kill everything that's on it, and then you just score up. You have a lead from killing stuff. Whereas that other, 8, 9 points worth of unit up there hasn't done anything all game. It could have been a 4-point unit.
Right. Well, yeah, Night's Watch doesn't have the cheap units they want to be able to throw their way on that.
Yeah, I think your best objective holder is conscripts in this situation.
Maybe trackers.
Yeah. Even trackers are expensive.
But at least trackers can get back in the fight quickly if they need to.
That's true. I like conscripts to give it a little bit of reach with
Yeah,
their healing.
but in Feast for Crows, the problem is getting them to hold on to a token while sitting on a corpse pile.
Yeah. They're not exactly the bravest bunch.
No.
You see?
Kingsman took some wounds, and there's a to the last. Survived the first one. Wait, how did they immediately heal back up to 5? What? What's going on here? Oh, supply aid.
Supply aid, yep.
Supply aid and bags together, maybe? Yeah, that's it.
Pretty potent heal.
Yep. And that's clever because the losing the Lightbringers here probably benefits the Baratheons because then they can just sit on the 4th token forever.
Yeah. That is the downside. It's like, all right, fine. You should finally start killing my stuff. Well, I'm just going to sit on the other objectives.
Yeah, I recently came very close to losing a Feast for Crows game by killing my Stark opponent's infantry, and then his wolves just sat to get back on tokens and came close to outscoring me.
Yeah. Both players over there are mathing out what the next couple turns are going to look like, next couple rounds even. You know, like we're talking about this point scoring. I scored 2 rounds. Supply aid is very good. I really like, somebody's mentioned it in the chat. One of the coolest part about it to me is being able to manipulate the different ranks on 2 units at once effectively. Sometimes the difference between one guy on a tray is 2 or 3 dice on an attack. If you're going down, you can start to activate battle scars without having to fight anything.
Yeah, so in the case of Davos, you can activate True Conviction.
You could what?
Activate True Conviction by doing that too.
True.
One of the reasons I think Davos is one of the best one-point attachments in the game. You almost never see a Stannis side list without him in Lightbringers. Oh, that was brutal. Okay.
We've got our first
That's a 5, just in case.
5? Okay.
We've got our first round submission.
Yep. That was Tristan Kelly beating up on another one of the Chicago locals.
Good stuff.
Well, not for my group, but
Well,
good stuff overall, I guess.
Clean fight.
Yep.
Scooting back, realizing, like we did, maybe it's best not to kill those Lightbringers. Oh. There goes a movement. Coming off the spikes. Took a whole bunch of damage. I think that's
I kind of
max.
wonder. Yeah. I kind of wonder if he might intentionally kill the Lightbringers on the stakes to bring up a corpse pile. But I think he needs to get rid of those stakes.
Does look like the final Stag Knights that did that long bomb heroic 6-inch charge.
Kingsmen, not Stag Knights.
Kingsmen. Good call.
They're all Kingsmen.
They're all Kingsmen. Aren't we all the Kingsmen?
I like to think I am.
They're more moving forward. Patchface finally got a card. I don't know which one he called out, but I heard a yay.
Sounds right.
Clarifying some stakes interactions. You do take the damage before you do anything. Assad fails the 9-up panic check, which starts to make sense. He dropped like 2 different vows and the objective.
5-up panic check? Those are crossbow mounts.
9.
9. Okay, yeah. That was
Vicious with the corpse pile.
Lightbringers? Yep. And it looks like Evil Morty just finished wiping the floor with someone.
Another corpse
The
pile down.
The round 2 pairings generated a lot of matches in the top bracket that I would not expect to be close.
The first rounds are always the wild ones
Yeah.
because it's just sometimes you just got a good lucky first round and you shoot up through the ranks. I'm sure Assad did not come here expecting to be a feature match today. Just looking around at the other tables, those Greyjoys are pinned in.
Against Martells, yeah.
Yeah. They're covering like one corner of the map.
Yeah, that's another one of our local players playing those Martells, and I think he technically counts as a new player. He pretty much just started this year.
With the Wind City shirt on?
Yeah.
Seen him around.
All right. That was a crushing win for Evil Morty, though not a tabling. Stannis. We got this pattern of foreigners coming in and dominating U.S. nationals. Saying that for Mickey's benefit because I know he's watching. I'm just going to the record. Oh, there we go. Yeah, those crossbows are not going to stand up to those Kingsmen very long.
No.
Looks like the Lightbringers probably did blow themselves up on the stakes. I was not
I
watching.
think they died to a panic test.
Okay.
You don't quote me on that one because I do actually think the crowns are on another claimed, but not by Assad.
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, those Kingsmen will take the token away from the crossbows. The full Kingsmen will grab that third token, and I don't see how the Night's Watch comes back. We're having to score 3 points from here on out. That's assuming the crossbows live. Oh, I guess that's game on points.
I think they're calling it because he's just going to say, all I'm going to do is sit on these points.
Yep.
Unless you think you can do something. And Assad says, no, there's nothing else I can do.
Yep, just total it up.
So,
yep, that sounds about right.
You know what? I think that was an interesting lesson on how a skewy list like that could push through.
And how much a surprise success on a 6-up charge can...
yeah, look at that. Round 2, and it's the second time we've seen dice change how the game was going to go.
Yeah. That one critical charge made a huge difference.
Go Bob. Go Bob indeed.
Yeah. The nice thing about having short games on the streaming board is it does make life a little easier for us in terms of managing, at least easier for me in terms of managing the RAM.
Yeah, we get a little bit more time to look at stuff. Look at that. Assad with the excellent sportsmanship.
Oops.
You can go again.
Yeah, did I not give you one?
Dude, and you were such a good sport. So you are getting my sportsman. So for the viewers at home, we're finishing up this last round. There's approximately 35-ish minutes left in the round. Once this is completed, we will let you know when we're going to be posting round 4. We're going to pretty much go right through, or at round 3 and then at round 4. So we'll keep you guys posted on when all these times will be going out. And as I get some more results, I'll try to shout out names and stuff. Yeah, would you? All right, guys. Just a quick little post game. I got. Do you like
Bob.
to be called Bob?
Yeah, Bob.
I got Bob here, winner of the last rounds.
Oh yeah.
So congratulations.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, it was a good game.
Yeah. How long have you been playing Song?
About 3 years competitively, and maybe 4 total.
Okay, okay. And what made you bring Baratheons today?
Last year, I brought a Night's Watch double stone thrower list
Yeah.
that was very non-interactive and boring for everyone, including me. I think I got ninth or something last year, something like that. And it and I wanted to bring a list that I thought would beat my own list this year. So if I were to face my own stone thrower list, what would I use to beat it? And
Okay.
so I thought about that a lot. And then so that was one reason. And then the other is because Greyjoy is so strong right now. I needed to find something that could handle just what power they have. And so I brought Baratheon because it was a little more tanky, could help with that.
That's yeah. No,
And I like him.
definitely.
I just like him. Also, I
Yeah.
just like him.
It's cool. Big, heavy, armored dudes that don't die. What's not to love?
What's not to love?
Okay, and then that list that you played today.
Yes, the
we
Kingsman
called
list.
it a skew list.
The skew list.
Do you
Yes.
agree?
1,000%. I have two lists. One is 4 Queensmen, one is 3 Kingsmen. So
Oh
yeah,
my
it's about as
goodness.
skewed as it gets.
Oh my god, what brought you to that conclusion?
Well, for the Queensman list, because again, with Greyjoy in mind, with so much firepower they have, and how much vulnerable and how much token generation exists in the game right now, Queensmen are really effective against shutting that down. So that's really great. You can control points. On the Kingsman side, it's all about firepower, slam India, hit you as hard as I can. The last game we just played, Sand played a great game. I got very lucky on 2 pivotal moments of the game. I rolled a
Yeah,
6
we
up.
saw that 6
Yeah,
up
I
charge.
mean, that was unbelievable,
we
right?
were sitting here in the booth like, oh, maybe he's gonna use it, and then I'll like crescent to do, and then you just slam the 6 inch. And we go, oh, okay, we're
because I just knew that was going to happen. Yeah, no, it was really about getting that unit into position to deal with that very harassing Vanguard, and he did a great job playing it. I just got a miracle roll. What can you say? But he played a great game. He was a super good sport, and then me not crit failing that Devos kill. I mean, it completely changed the game. He could have surged forth out of my line of sight. It would have made a big difference. So no, it was great. He played a great game. He was really generous about me, doing, hey, okay, quick, I missed a small little thing or whatever, and he was super generous about that. So good player and really good sport. So I appreciate him.
And that's what it's about.
Yeah.
Community playing the game is one thing. Community is entirely different.
I always say if you're in Chicago, you're playing games for 2 days, I could go 0-6 and have a great time.
That's awesome. I love to hear that.
Who gets to sit around and play games all weekend? It's a
I
great
think
feeling.
you could say that about most of the people here. I really don't see a bad face in the crowd.
No, no, it's all good
Everyone's
vibes.
having fun.
Yeah. Well, it was a good game, and I hope to. I'd like to at least go. I'd love to go 4-2 if I could,
Okay.
but we'll see.
End with a winning record.
Yeah, that would feel nice. But like
Yeah.
I said, like just coming out and playing games for a few days, hanging out with buddies, it's a really good time. I've always really loved it.
Nice. Do you have anybody you want to shout out?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, if there's any ladies from Toronto watching, tell them what's up.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Thanks. Enjoy the rest of the tournament. Hey guys, thank you for bearing with us as we finish off the second round and get ready for the third round. We're still receiving some of the round slips as there's only a couple minutes left. Just kind of going down the list, looking at some of the other games that happened this round, looking at some of the top tables and the players and standings. We have our winner from round one last game, seems to have won another round. Good job, Samuel. We have Wes and Brian. Looks like played very close game. Tristan Kelly is now our leader on the board with a 6'8", 50 unit death, which is crazy. We have Jan from the Broken Banners picks up his second win. Rob McCauley picks sorry about that one. Picks up his second win. Alan Campos, Landon Sheeran, Kurt Pucci all seem to have cinched their second wins. Time has now been called in the round, so we're hopefully getting everything soon. All right, everybody. All the scores should be in for round 2 now. So we're just posting them to let everybody get a chance to confirm. And then if we don't hear anything needs to be changed, we're going to do our pairings. All right, guys, we have the round 3 pairings. We found 2 armies that haven't been represented yet, so we're going to be putting Jan up onto the scene. You guys get a back-to-back broken banners. That's right, guys. For this next round, it will be Greyjoys versus Lannisters. Taking a look over these lists here, we've got Jan bringing a Baelor list with the Stony Sword Pillagers, Victorian and Iron Victory Crew, Asha Silencemen, Makoro Iron Bowmen, and a unit of Drownmen. And we've got Theon Greyjoy leading Silencemen, along with Asha, Carl, and Iron Makers, Stony Shore Pillagers with Dagmar, and the Drowned Prophets in the Golden Company Crossbowmen. Both lists have Balon, of course. They both appear to have Windermere in them. So we'll have to see which one he goes with. I guess if you see crossbows out there, you'll know which list it is. On Greg's side, he's got one list with the High Sparrow in Casterly Rock Honor Guard, Tyrion in Crossbowmen, Champion of Faith with the Warrior's Sons, and Clegane Butchers in the Bloody Mumber Zorth Riders. He also has both Jamie and Turncoat with Tommen Baratheon and CEO. His other list is a Tywin list. It's got the Lannister crossbowmen, a Gate Warden in the Casterly Rock Honor Guard, Tyrion Lannister with Lannister Halberdiers, a solo Gregor, and another Clegane Butcher in the Zorse Riders. This list also has Tommen in it and a maimed Jamie. Seems that is very pivotal to Greg's success here. it does look like, as far as lists go, Greg chose to bring the Tywin list, as evidenced by the mounted Gregor. And Jan chose to bring his Baelor list, by evidence of the drowned men. All right. Thanks for getting everything set up for this round.
We are back. Oh, let me grab my iPad first.
And to give you an update on the lists, I went over and I actually verified them by eye.
Oh,
I figured
good.
that was better than us guessing for a couple minutes.
Yep.
So we've got Jan chose his Baylor list,
Okay.
as evidenced by the Drowned Men.
Yep.
And Greg here chose his Tywin list.
Okay.
So, I guess from the get-go, do you think those are good choices?
Well, let me take a look here at the whole list. So we got, let's start with the Lannisters. I know them better.
You'll see one interesting thing about both lists is they both have
Jaime
Jaime and Tommen.
Yeah. And they both have Peter Baelish, because why take that without... I think I like the choice. So do I like the choice of the Tommen list? I don't know. The Tywin list. Let's see. You got
I will
Hounded
say,
Runny.
with the lack of like direct wounds that I think the Greyjoys put out, I think Gregor will sit there for a couple minutes.
Yeah. Gregor can hold an objective surprisingly well in Honed and Ready. So he's got only 2 4-up armor units, 1 3-up, 1 2-up, and then there's the Zorse Riders, which shouldn't be sitting on a flank token anyways. Tommen NCU is an interesting choice, so he is bringing you...
Basically, the ability to search up some cards.
And specifically Intrigue and Subterfuge and Bribery. So... let's see what the Greyjoys have to be intrigued and bribed. But generally, against Greyjoys, choosing the non-Tywin list is makes a little bit of sense, because why kill something if it's only going to come back?
Yeah.
Or why spend the money to kill something, spend the points to kill something if it's only going to come back? And you said it was his Baylor list?
Yes.
Okay. So
With
Baylor...
the Drowned Prophet,
yeah.
Drowned Men.
Yep. Baylor generally tankier. Victorian and Iron Victory crew, of course. We got Balon, Windermere, and Varys. So, Intrigue and Subterfuge on Windermere is not is a useful thing. It helps keep the Greyjoys in line, keep them from getting surprise shifts that are going to annoy you. Baylor is the kind of tanky Greyjoy commander, as I understand. Well, one of the tanky ones. Eric's tanky.
So the last makes you pretty hard to take down by its nature.
Yep.
And putting them on the Pillagers is probably pretty cool, because, they're not the tankiest members of the world, but they do heal.
Yep. Got 8 activations on both sides. Having Jaime maimed hostage in the Lannister list here, I think, is quite nice. It will help. It should definitely help deal with the problem that Victorian and Iron Victory crew causes. Also, probably I'm not sure how much it helps, because whenever you've got Asha attachment, bringing Sentinel and gang up, you're taking off to hit, but they get it back with the gang up. I think maybe just having the 8 activation list against 8 activations
Was the big selling point?
Is a selling point.
Okay.
You got Balon, of course. Should be interesting.
Now, this is a lot different than the last game where we only had 2 points. There's 5 now.
Correct.
But it looks like Jan still opted to heavily favor one side.
Yeah, that's usually a good idea, right? Ideally, you're trying to take 2 flanks in the center, and you want to keep your units together. If you separate your units, they're easier to track, to chase down, overpower, and kill.
Yeah.
Lannisters definitely have better shooting than the Greyjoys. That's not unexpected. It's honed and ready, so there are risks with taking those flank objectives. And there are risks that usually the Greyjoys have a little more trouble with. Let me look at their armor in this matchup.
I do think that Greyjoys don't like direct hits, as I understand it. Their armor isn't as good. They don't have a lot of ways to shrug it off.
Right.
They're hoping for healing.
Right.
They want to be in the middle of the fight.
Right. So looking at the Greyjoy units, you've got 2 6-up, though the Drowned Men have their innate resilience to go with the 6-up. Ironborn Bowmen are 6-up armor. Silenced Men are 5-up.
Yeah.
Very dangerous to put them on a flank objective. And then the Iron Victory crew and the Pillagers are both 4-up. So Greyjoys are much less tanky in terms of being able to hold an objective.
It's kind of funny looking
yeah.
at those models. Look
Yeah.
at the Pillagers and then look at the Silence Men. You're like, which one looks like it should be tankier?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe Euron takes away his guys' armor along with their tongues. Yeah, the Pillagers do have more healing to get back after they take hits. So
Yeah, because Greyjoys they lack good healing options. So
I mean, the more you can never have enough healing.
yeah.
And I say that because I'm a Brotherhood player.
So it looks like this, it's round one. They're just
Yeah.
mostly vying for positions.
Yeah.
I don't think they're really giving too much away at the moment.
Yeah, let me go over and take a look at the deployment. I'm not sure which unit is which.
Yeah, you're good.
Other than the solos are obvious.
You could probably shout it out into the mic too.
I can't tell what unit's what from the video screen. The Lannister side, we've got Halberdiers closest to the camera, then Crossbowmen furthest up. That's Tyrion and the Crossbowmen, right?
Yeah.
And then that would be the Honor Guard, and then the Zorse Riders, and of course Gregor all the way up at the far flank.
Castle wall damage counter. We'll see if we can keep one up.
That is only, fun fact, that is for the Storm of Swords game mode, if you have ever played it. That is why they have a castle wall wound counter. Is about what I'd have expected. We've got drowned men closest to us, then bowmen. Next up is, in the center, is Victarion's Iron Victory crew. Then the Silenced Men with Asha, and furthest up and likely to be trying to sit on that token is the Stony Shore Pillagers. That is the unit that is best for sitting on a flank objective and honed and ready in this Greyjoy list. Let's give you an update into some of what else is going on in round two. Now we are getting round three. Now we are getting some high-powered matches. If we didn't have him on stream earlier, we probably would have made table one the stream round here. That is Tristan Kelly, Trial Fam, versus Sam, Evil Morty, Sam Stoll. So Martell's versus Starks. Morty is bringing his Rob list for the first time this tournament, and Tristan is using Oberyn and 3 units of Sand Skirmishers as one does. On table 2, we've got Mitchell Ryan, Logical Fallacy, very strong player, playing Greyjoys today against Bob McCauley and his Baratheons. I did not see what lists they chose.
We saw Rob on the last
Yeah,
round.
we saw Bob last round.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see. Table 6 should be a very interesting one. That is Kurt Belisarius versus Matt Cave, Radok, Free Folk.
Matt's been killing it today.
Well, he's been killing it. He had the most Free Folk result you can get last round, scoring a narrow victory, killing nothing, and having 25 points of his own units destroyed, but still winning the game on points. Doesn't get more Free Folk than that.
No, it really doesn't. Look up which unit Jamie went into.
Yep. On table 7, we have one of the Chicago folks, Spencer Gerhardt, with his Baratheons. who I think is trying to set a record for winning with the least margin of victory. He won by 1 point in round 1,
Which unit did
and
Jamie
won
go
on
to?
won on a tiebreaker in round 2.
Okay.
He's playing West Herman and his Targaryens.
In the Silenceman? Okay. Jamie Lannister is in the Silenceman. If we
Yeah.
didn't announce that.
We did not, but that makes sense. Either the Silence Men or the Iron Victory crew would be the two obvious places for him.
Yeah, as is tradition, round 1 into round 2 looks like almost nothing happened.
I mean, they're jockeying for position. Lannisters have an inherent advantage in that they are going to get two of their back objectives, and the Greyjoys are not going for one of their flank objectives. So the Greyjoys are going to have to steal something from the Lannisters to not lose on points.
Okay.
That fight is going to be all about the center objective, the way that they've set up this match.
Yeah, we've got 3 units kind of eyeing up center over on the Lannister side, and 3.5, 4 units over on Jan's side can all reasonably get to it.
And it's important to remember that Lannister cavalry unit is not Knights of Casterly Rock. Those Resource Riders, they're very squishy, but they can turn off Gang Up and Sentinel. They can't turn off Sentinel. I guess they can't effectively turn off Sentinel because they can only charge them. But they can turn off Gang Up. They can turn off Relentless too. That's very big.
Yeah, I do love Motley Armaments when I play them. The Targaryen unit that has it. It's very funny watching somebody get upset when all of their defensive abilities and such are just gone.
Yeah. Looks like there's a card out. Is that bribery? Yeah, I would bet it's bribery. It might be a Greyjoy card. Let me take a look. Yeah, that is a bribery on the bowman.
That's a pretty good place for bribery, in my opinion.
It generally is, because, I mean, in most cases, I'm not sure it's as good a place for him for Ironborn Bowmen, which you do want to kill. I mean, I don't know, this Lannister list isn't the most mobile list, but right, you don't. I mean, on the other hand, they're more likely to keep failing those panic tests, so
yeah,
it's tougher for them to take bribery off. And if I'm the Lannister player here, I think what I want to try to do is kill the 2 squishy units he's got left on the end, the Drowned Men and the Ironbone Bowmen, and force him to either play at an activation disadvantage or burn Balon on a unit that's not worth burning Balon.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. I think if it's Jan on the Greyjoy side, I'm definitely looking to see what sticks out first and just try to double tap that thing.
Yeah.
This list, I do not believe is the one that has the crossbows. No, he only has the bowman as a ranged threat to kind of force action.
Yeah, and bowmen
now
are
that they're bribed, he's kind of in a you need to come to me position.
Yeah, Ironborn Bowmen in the front are never that much of a threat, and when you take them down their last strength, they're even less of a threat.
Yes. Who knew the best way to deal with Greyjoy units is to kill them, and then kill them again usually. But
yeah.
There's a reason they were the second most popular unit or faction in the game right now.
Something like that.
So, from a more broad sense, what are the players that are 6 victory primary points right now? They're obviously still in contention.
Yeah.
What places are people like looking at right now? You know, how hot of a record do you need to be looking to be placing?
So I don't think you can count anyone out of Placine just based on their record right now. 4-2, at least the high end of 4-2 probably is what you need to get in the top 10. That's what we have. We have awards down to top 10. There's also best new player and
best in faction, so on
options.
and so forth. Yeah.
Some of the less popular factions have plenty of room. Let's see. I think the top free folk player is 12th right
Night's Watch
now.
is going to be a tough one.
Yeah. Night's Watch and Neutrals, they're going to win theirs by default. Brotherhood is.
Sorry, 1 second. We got a call or two for the First Blood Arrowheads, so we're doing our rounds really quick.
Who needed an
Zooming
arrowhead?
back into the game. Looks like Jan is going to get on the offense.
Targs.
He
Congratulations.
plays a Kraken's Wrath. So Jan Kraken Wrath and charged into Honor Guard, isn't it? I want to say.
I think that's Honor Guard with a gate board.
Sounds about right. 6 hits and a wound.
That is a very tough unit for the Greyjoys to crack.
Yeah, I don't know if that would have been my first choice, but it does look like he at least ranked him.
Yeah.
Oh, half the tray gone.
Yeah, well, they'll heal too when they activate it. Have they already activated this ram?
Unclear. I feel like it'd be a pretty bold
Oof, and it
thing
fails
to
a panic
do.
too. Oof.
Oh,
Wow, that's
normally it
that's
goes the
ugly.
other way.
Yeah, that wasn't supposed to happen. And that is ugly for another reason. That is the Iron Victory crew. So when they do their relentless attack, it doesn't have to be against the guy who attacked them.
So getting counterattacked here is like almost a power up for them.
Right, and they the Lannisters can't shoot them. So if the Tyrion crossbows shoot into the Iron Victory crew to try to save the Honor Guard, they get to attack the Honor Guard.
Well, it's a big predicament then.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like they used the zone replacement. Yep. Oh no, this is the end of the round.
Yeah.
Or chanting for the downfall of Gregor. Gregor takes a full whopping wound.
Yep, sounds about right.
1/4 of his health gone? 1/5?
One quarter.
1/4 of his health gone.
Yeah. Gotta say, I did not expect the Honor Guard to take that much damage on that attack. That really hurts him.
Because now they don't even control the center objective.
Right.
Which is huge for Jan.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, that would have been a 3-1 score.
And it's just very hard. I mean, he's got to find some way to heal them, or they're just going to die to the Iron Victory.
The onslaught.
And Asha. That's Tywin and the crossbowman. That makes more sense. Tyrion is in the halberdiers. I'm not sure what I think about the Gate Warden and the Honor Guard. Because they are, I mean, I guess they already get rerolls most of the time. I know.
It does feel like I have a point. What can I put in it?
But there's so many other things. You've got a list that already depends on controlling Crown. Right? Why not? I mean, you can do Marin Trant and get the extra tokens. You got, I guess you can't do Jamie because he's over there. Feels like there are stronger there are more 1-point attachments that are have more synergy with the Honor Guard in this list than the Gate Warden.
We missed it, but it looks like
they died.
One unit has half of. Yep.
They died.
So.
Yeah, that
big victory over there, an
yeah.
iron victory, if you will, for that crew.
Yeah, that is.
They march right up into the middle and effectively divide the army now into two parts.
And the Honor Guard was the only really strong offensive unit the Lannisters had, at least in melee.
Just goes to show everything dies to damage.
Yep.
For the folks at home, it looks like one Greyjoy unit took damage from the wall. He took one wound.
The pillagers took some castle wall arrows. I think that was it.
They took a wound.
Yeah.
Or at least that's what they're currently at.
Yep. And the horses are trying to throw themselves into the fight. Good luck with that. Oh, there you go.
Oh, you know what? He killed a unit.
Oh, yeah.
I got that?
Yeah. Congrats to Jan for winning the Dragon Glass.
Ooh, did he forget about Relentless and not turn it off? That's going to be a problem.
Maybe he went for the +1 dice and Criplo.
That's what I assume he did. But
yeah.
That is a significant mistake if he
gets swung on.
I mean, he's getting swung on, and there's a Sentinel on top of it.
That unit is a certified blender right now.
Oh yeah.
It's made more attacks so far than most other people have attacked in this entire game. It's a lot of dice being picked up. Only one horse, not bad.
And it goes 7.
But Jan's going to try to panic him.
Yeah, let's see if he will move or charge.
There goes the Sentinel.
Yep.
I mean, yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
I was going to say, just kind of like the last round. Just go for the charge. Worst case, you get really close.
Right. And has he ranked are the horses on 2 ranks or 1? So.
No, they've got 9 or somewhere between 6 and 9 wounds left.
Right. So if Asha can double pillage herself up, then even Gregor's armor won't keep her out.
Oh yeah, no, Gregor's a tough boy, but having a unit or 2 charging into you while also taking wall damage.
Yeah.
No, this might be a quick one too.
Yeah, I mean we put matches on the top board and they turn into blowouts.
I still think the first round was not a blowout until the snake eyes on
dragon,
the attack.
Yeah. And same thing in the second round. That six up Kingsmen charge really turned the tide.
We're just looking. So I guess if you're the Lannister player right now, what are you trying to do? You know,
survive.
You made a mistake. Yeah, you made a mistake. I think you got to decide like how are you bailing yourself out from here? You're not winning.
Right.
What are you doing? Because every point matters. We still think narrow victories or narrow losses can get you somewhere.
I mean, I guess you've. The problem is that you can't really ignore Victorian at this point. The honor guard was supposed to keep him off of you, and if you kill him, he just comes back. I don't know. Try to kill the bowman, kill some. I mean,
I think
there goes those horses. Okay.
yeah. I think you got to cut losses at this point, and everything needs to be retreating towards the edges.
I'm not. I mean, how much does it matter whether you get tabled or crushed?
Yeah. At least tabled, you get to go have a snack.
That's true. This is not going to last very long from here. The double pillage Iron Victory crew will make short work of the crossbows, and she'll make short work of Gregor.
Bye horses. Yep. If you're curious, the poll ended 57% towards the Greyjoys.
Yeah.
Listen, if I can manage half of them for free, you know I'm all about it.
So we'll add some entertainment value. I do want to note one of the fun things about when I'm directing and I get to put in this. I get to see what people name their lists. So let's see what some of the more fun names people have come up with for lists are. Let's see.
There was the one Lannister player who had.
Greg has named the list he's using here Tywin's 5-Finger Rescue Mission. I guess because of Jamie.
Yeah.
His other
sounds thematic.
Yeah. His other list is the Sparrows Frazzler Platoon. Let's see. Kurt Belisarius has a list that he has named Zorses with a question mark and exclamation point. That's a Stannis One True King list. Eli Graham, Free Folk player, has his Mag list and his Bone Daddy Rattleshirt list. Mag and Rattleshirt. Did he steal my lists? I'll look at that up. No, his Mag and Rattleshirt lists are different than mine. I've been using that pairing in a few tournaments lately. Let's see. Back to this. Assad, one of his lists is Gior with a question mark.
The other one is Helldiver.
Yep.
Which is the Cotter Pike double 6-inch charge garbage.
Yep.
Wish we saw that one on stream.
Fun. Greg Wright has the Cloaked Cersei list and his Sparrowness, High Sparrow list. This is like, when if you're watching like a Major League Baseball game around, say, the 120th game, and the announcers have run out of things to say, and
they're like, did you know only 7 people have ever pitched while lightning has struck at night in the eastern seaboard? And you're like, no, I did not know that.
Let's see. Maybe there are fewer interesting list names than I thought. Here we go. Riley Bartlebaugh from the DC group has her Sneaky Snake Oberyn list and Happiness is a Warm Gun Oberyn list. Those are good.
That last one is spicy.
Yep. Yeah, okay.
Jan's been really plowing in with the shots onto
Oh, there go the drown men.
his unit.
That is
Look
helpful.
at that. Greg's on the board. Oops, not my drown gun.
Bring it back with Balon.
You know what? But I'll give it to him.
Yeah.
Greg gets best dressed.
That is actually probably the best way for the Lannisters to try to do something here is to get those crossmen out of the way, do the archery duel, see if you can kill those bowmen, get on that last token, maybe score enough to keep this narrow.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely where you try to go at this point. I think.
Yeah. Weird to see Lannisters trying to outmaneuver Greyjoys, but that seems to be the best hope of making this work. Yeah.
Greg's rolling the damage on his unit, and I think that's unfortunately enough to take them out.
Wow. I did not think the Halberdiers.
He used a lot of zone replacements.
Okay.
What are the stats on the armor saves on a halberd?
4.
4.
I think Lannisters have not been rolling well. Certainly weren't rolling well on those Casterly Rock Honor Guard armor saves. Here were the castle walls.
Oh, some nice neoprene ones.
Yep.
And speaking of neoprene terrain, all the terrain here was provided by the lovely West Coast Bannermen. And as it's been announced, we're doing a giveaway. At the end of the day, I'm going to be going through and seeing who's commented on this video, who's subscribed, and we're going to randomly select one person, and they'll be able to order a set free of charge. So I believe there's 2 options. There's the ones on display right now and a new desert themed, which honestly looks really cool. I like all the little cacti and stuff on it. It's for your Martell player.
So a quick look at what factions are in the undefeated group after round 2. We got 13 players still undefeated. 3 of them Martells. We got 3 Greyjoys. 1, 2, 3 Baratheons. So Martell, Greyjoy, and Baratheon are dominating it. Then we got 1 Lannister, who is likely to soon be no longer undefeated. 1 Freefoot player. And 2 Starks. It's not just Evil Morty. We got another Stark in the undefeated group.
That's awesome.
That is Brian Bauer, who has pulled off some very nice upsets, beating Yorbo in round 1, Jordan Cook, and beating Wes Herman from Kansas City Group in round 2.
Oh, good for him. We'll have to see how the pairings break down, see if we can get him on camera.
Yeah. Martell players, we got Tristan Kelly, Trial Fam. Not really a surprise there, though he had a very tough matchup in round 1 against Dave Meckler. And we also got Alan Campos from the Kentucky group, I believe. Very strong player. Cost me round 1 at Adepticon this year. And then we a Chicagoan, Landon Sheehan, who beat Kenny Kettner in round 1 and beat another one of our locals in round 2.
I think if they didn't activate Gregor to try to get out of line of sight and just retreated, the Asha still had a charge that they could pull off just with their activation.
Yeah, Gregor bravely ran away, I see.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I don't think the crossbowman couldn't shift and get on the token. they're just going
No.
to move on to the token. I guess points are points as long as you don't get tabled, but
Yeah, I think that's kind of just what he's trying to hope is
Yeah.
for the next round, 2.5 rounds, there can't be enough pressure on his crossbows.
yeah.
And I guess logistically, by bringing Gregor all the way back there, it's going to be hard to score that other back objective. So he is minimizing the amount of points Jan can score at a time.
Right. Did he just charge the bowman into the crossbows?
That is what it looks like.
Yeah.
I mean, he does have the crossbows will tie this guy. We'll see what happens.
I got Makoro in there.
Yeah, he's got Makoro within sight, so that's not nothing.
But the crossbows have Tywin in them, so they got Lannister supremacy. On the other hand, you know, Greyjoys, if the Greyjoys lose those bowmen, they just bring them back behind something, and then there's a much stronger Greyjoy bowman after that. So maybe that's an intentional kind of suicide play.
I mean,
and it locks up the crossbows.
Bowmen don't exactly hit the hardest in the world, so I feel like this is more to just gum them up and not let them shoot onto the more squishy units.
I mean, there aren't any squishier units.
True.
Yeah, it looks like the Lannister supremacy took off 4 wounds.
No, it was gone for 10 minutes. What happened? Basically the round.
The honor guard died to the Iron Victory crew attacks. The halberdiers died to castle wall shots. And the Zorus riders ran headlong into Victarion for some reason I didn't quite understand.
Yeah, I do think that
that felt like a tilt play, the Zorus rider charge.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say it definitely. You got to remember that every move is independent of what you've done before. You know, just because you wasted your one unit fighting something doesn't mean everybody else has to go die to it.
Yeah.
You know, if you realize you've made a bad decision, don't continue down the path.
Yeah. Yeah, I should have kept the Zorses alive, had them use their speed to run around and get to the bowmen and the drowned men.
Yeah.
And right, Lannisters at least had some points, so if they can avoid getting tabled, they could try to at least keep the margin relatively narrow. I'm going to take a quick look at what's happening on some of the other tables.
We've got somebody in the running who already has 61 points destroyed. So they're currently in the lead for that one. So we're kind of in garbage time now.
Yeah.
The crossbowmen are half dead. So they're sticking it out. It looks like Gregor is chilling. He is currently running as far away as he can.
We got some much tighter matches on the other boards.
We do have another.
Oh, we got a result. We got our first result in for the round. Down on board 17, Larry and Charles Garlinger. That was a intra-Kentucky match, I believe. Looks like Larry got a table to high sparrow list with his dragons. So on the real table one, Sam, Evil Morty, and Tristan Trialfam were scoreless after round 2. No one wanted to take an objective, I guess. We've got Oberyn faced off against a Tully Cav in one corner. Oberyn's almost dead, but the Tully Cav are poisoned. We've got skirmishers doing their thing. No, I don't think any units have died yet, unless one died while I was walking back over here. Table 2, Mitchell and Bob. Nothing has died over there either. Looks like tanky Baratheons against tanky Greyjoys. We've got a few Greyjoy versus Martell matches on boards 4 and 8. On board 7, Spencer looks like he's having a better time, a less close lead than he has the previous rounds. So looks like he's killed one of the Targaryen units and is still in solid shape.
looks like the match is effectively over.
Crowns app,
They're
it
just
does
kinda
have to
talking
be
it out
a
and
panic
what
test,
had
but
happened.
I mean, any enemy
So,
can take a panic test.
Good job, Jan, on that pretty decisive mistake. I do think it was set up by the one. I don't even know if you'd call it a mistake, but I guess judgment error to
Now,
put
the most common situation where that
Asoiaf
comes
so
up
far
is when you're
forward
trying
so
to intercept
quickly,
orders and assault
and they
orders.
just got chewed up.
Yeah, that requires an attack. Yeah.
To give people a small update, table 2 was won by Bob, our winner from last rounds, 11-7, with apparently no unit deaths on either side. All right, hey guys, I'm here with the winner from the last round. Somebody that you guys may have heard of before. His name's Jan.
Yeah, runner of Broken Banners.
Yeah. So, what made you bring Greyjoys today?
Because last year I brought Lannisters, and the panic test fucking kicked my ass into the sun. So I went back to my 2022 nationals of bringing Greyjoys. But back then they were garbage. But now they're good. So
We can tell. We're looking at the stats. They've got like a 60-something% win rate.
no. That's not right because that would make me feel bad.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, good on you. It sounds like you guys are doing really well. When you went into that, what made you pick the list you did?
So Black Tide has anti-panic cards. And Lash Out is also really funny when you pop it on Gregor. If he eats like 2/3 of your tray, you just instantly kill him, which is what I was hoping for. But that's effectively the idea. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and Dominating Pride on Iron Victory Crew, just like automatic pass panic test if you're equal or more ranks. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. I didn't even think about the lash out. That's probably one of the best tools to deal with a Gregor.
Yeah. Oh, you've taken to the goodbye.
When you saw him poke the honor guard out a little too far, what were you thinking?
So
Because we saw, from what I remember, you charged in there.
yeah, I used. So the idea was always to get Wendemir, Victarian's unit, Iron Victory Crew, out there in
In the middle of it?
the middle of it because he has Relentless, and then you follow it up with a Sentinel trigger with Asha. So that's why I moved him up with Wendemir, and that's why I wanted to gun down somebody. I didn't want to go for Cassidy Rock Honor Guard because they're like a meaty fat boy unit that is hard to push through. But when I did the first charge and I ate like half of his tray, I was like, oh, okay, well, this is how it's going to go.
Yeah, we saw that happen. We go, oh, never mind.
Back in last year at Nash, I brought Cassidy Rock Honor Guards, and I was playing against, I think, Kronzoholic in my last match. And I put my Cassidy Rock Honor Guard, and they were like saving 3 with 3/3 or something like that because I had the High Sparrow in them. And he just goes, yeah, I'm going to walk through that unit. And he just deleted it. Like, it's just, I don't know what it is with that unit, and maybe like me being around it, but it's not tanky when I'm near it. It just melts. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it would definitely evaporated in front of our eyes, and we go, all right, well, there goes his front line. Now the army's divided into 2.
Yeah, and then he charged with the Zorse Riders and didn't realize I had Relentless.
Yeah, we noticed
So-
that one.
Yeah, because I took the swords and I killed the. Yeah, and then he charged in, and then did crit blow instead of turning off my abilities. So the Relentless popped, and then I just charged on the side and goodbye. And then it was my turn. I did 2 attacks, and then it was my turn. It's dumb.
Love that little combo.
I do.
Step for
You know what's even
charge.
more- yeah, dude,
yeah.
Charging Halberdiers with a Relentless unit with a Sentinel unit nearby, it's just like crack. Okay, you hurt me. All right, well, I'm going to send 2 melee attacks at you, and then I'm going to send there's going to be 4 melee attacks in this turn alone. It's beautiful. Big fan.
Yeah.
Big fan.
That
And
was
then,
really good.
the Mikoro bows, he kept on bribing them. So like I was only attacking with 3 dice, and then he kept on weakening them. So I would get like 1 hit, and either he would save it or just weaken it away. As I was trying to use Insight to get vicious, in the hopes of like actually kill his unit, or do enough damage that the wall would finish him off. I didn't want to shoot that unit ever, especially with those bowmen because their morale is so bad. Like I think at one point I attacked him, he had full ranks, and I was just like, all right, I need boxcars for the panic test, otherwise I fail. Like this doesn't matter. So
No, he was really stacking it up there.
yeah, and then he just got like he didn't have any counter plots in hand, and with this game mode, I like to just demolish people with the walls if they let me with tactic zone.
Yeah, we noticed that that one unit that was all the way in the corner,
Halberdiers, yeah.
Halberdiers just got evaporated.
like,
we
yeah,
looked away, we
get
looked
that one,
back,
yeah.
gone.
I activated this unit, gone. So big fan. And then I did a Varys token as well. I didn't do a good job utilizing Varys. I mean, then again, half the game Varys didn't have abilities, so. But yeah, it was enjoyable. And like I said, the guy Dawn somewhere, his name is Greg, absolute treasure of a human. I had it's never fun to be losing.
But he
and
was
then
doing it with a smile.
He's doing a smile on his face, and he was just having a good time. Like I was reading the chat, people were talking about Gregor running away, and Greg was just like, no, Gregor is just gonna run to that other objective, and I'm like, well, the game's gonna end before it gets here. He goes, no, just imagine. Just imagine he's gonna be there. I'm like, I'm here for it, dude. I'm here for it. So
That's great. I'm glad you guys had a good time. Last question, I guess. Anybody you want to shout out?
my wife for letting me be here because she's all alone with our baby,
Oh yeah.
and it's it's not easy. So
No, definitely not. Well, I'm glad you were able to make it out.
here. Hey, Greg. Greg. You want to
So while we're doing interviews, I've also got the other player from that last match,
Oh,
Greg.
yeah.
Greg, how are you doing today?
Doing great.
Outside of that,
Real excited. Yeah, real excited to finally get up on the screen and play like I had no idea what I'm doing.
yeah.
Biggest fool of myself for the day.
No, it
Whatever.
was. It looked like you just overestimated how tanky that one unit
Oh.
would be.
I never played. We don't have Greyjoys much at the local,
Okay.
so I didn't know what I was really looking at. And did you know that Victorian has said he has what is it?
Relentless. Yeah.
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 I know that now. It's terrible. Zorus is gonna disable abilities.
Yeah.
So I like went in there, and then I hit him, and then he's like, "All right, relentless." Oh no.
Oh no.
I could have just turned it off.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I
How
didn't.
long have you been playing?
Since season 3,
Okay.
so however long that is.
It's been a while. When they changed it to
I
seasons
just-
instead of years, it kind of got me off
Okay.
guard. But yeah, so it's like 2023, I want to say.
So
On that range, 2022, 2023, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so it's been a while. But
Yeah.
nice. How big's your local group?
Well, I play. We're in KC. I've got like a Kurt and Wester here right
Where
now.
is your
We've got,
local
like,
group also?
Kansas in Overland Park, Kansas City.
Okay.
'Cause we do a tabletop game and hobby, and there's another place called Cardboard Corner, and it's kind of it's a great fun place because what they do is they sell waffles and drinks and things like
Oh,
that.
that's
So,
fun.
Yeah, you get sloshed to keep.
That's
like,
always been, if I win the lottery, that's the type of store I want to open up.
It's great.
It's like a little shack with some stuff. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, they're popular. They're always busy. So,
Nice.
yeah.
Okay, what made you bring Lannisters?
Oh, my wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I picked up the Stark vs. Lannister set, my wife, she said she'd play with me. And I said, oh, which army do you want to play? I'd never seen the show before. I'd never read the books. I just thought the game looked fun. And she goes, oh, the Starks, they're the good guys. You play the Lannisters. They're terrible. They're inbred. I hate them. And I was like, oh, okay, all right.
Oh, thank you.
And so she claimed all the models and then immediately quit playing. And so I was just like, oh, well, okay, I guess I'm the Lannister. So I had to go out and get all the books and read all to
Yeah,
even
figure
understand.
out why she was insulting you.
Yeah, why does she hate me? I don't know what I did. But they turned out to be really fun villains. And as I read through the books, I was like, oh, I'm kind of glad I wound up with these guys because they're fun.
They got their charm in
Yeah.
some spots.
They're evil charm.
People were commenting in the chat earlier today. They were like, "Oh, I need to see the guy who brought the Turncloak and the Tommen in
Oh.
both lists." So what made you arrive on that in both your lists?
I play it a lot.
Okay.
So Tom is one of those, like, a lot of people are saying like he's struggling, and I think the big problem is that you have to build your whole list kind of around him to make him work. But if you've got like Peter and you're claiming crown over and over, people have those NCUs that they kind of live on, and Tommen can chain intrigue and subterfuge like 4 times in a row. So it's like Elena, but at a discount and with a lot of askants to make it work.
This is indeed Greg.
This is Greg. Oh, do we have people who know me in there?
You got West Coast Bannerman
Okay.
in chat right now. A lot of people have been popping in and out, so definitely you can go read the chat later and see what was going on. But it was definitely cool. It was fun. Unfortunately, it was fun to watch. You guys put on a show of it, so that was cool. What was going through your mind when he kind of split the Red Sea and made your army was over there and over there?
Oh, God, I mean, like, I knew it's just like the honor guard was the linchpin of that list. I've run it. This is the 4th time I've run it, and it's done fine. But the honor guard died, and I was just like, oh no, that was the center of my army. I thought that they would be able to soak a hit and then maybe kind of bounce back with the gate captain,
Yeah.
but they didn't live. So despair. What were we? Somber Forest? It was a somber moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Oh, it's really cool. So I guess, do you have anybody you want to shout out?
Yeah, shout out to Kurt and Wes and the staff at Cardboard Corner, Tabletop. My wife, who encouraged me to come here in the first place. She got excited about Chicago. She wanted to go visit.
Is she here now?
She's out in Chicago.
Oh,
she's
she's
having
in the
fun.
middle
Yeah,
of-
yeah.
That's
she
awesome.
She quit the Starks. Try to bring her back in, but yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'm glad
Yeah.
you can make it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this stuff. Okay.
You're good.
Yeah.
to give everybody an update, anybody who happens to still be in the stream and channel, we have a couple minutes left in the round. Then we're going to be confirming all the scores, and pairings will happen soon after for the fourth and final round of the day. And then you guys will have to join us tomorrow for day 2. As far as the update for Matt Cave, give me 1 minute. Unfortunately, it was not Matt Cave smashing Kurt. Rather, Kurt smashed Matt Cave that round. Wow. A lot of points destroyed for Kurt that round. All right, guys. This next round is going to be between Alan and Kurt. We've got Baratheons and Martells. Starting it off, Kurt brought Stannis, One True King, and Loras Tyrell. Stannis' list has the King's Men, Davos Seaworthy with the R'hllor Lightbringers, a Dragonstone Noble in the Bloody Mormors Horse Riders, and Axel Florent with the King's Men. NCUs are Crescent, Selyse Shireen, and Alistair Florent. Loras Tyrell's list is him and Rose Knights, with Brienne of the Rainbow Guard in Baratheon Sentinels, a pikeman captain in the Golden Company Crossbowmen, Riders of High Garden, and Robor Royce in the Thorn Watch, with two NCUs, Olenna and Courtney Penrose. Alan's lists are Harmon Uller and Oberyn Oberyn Martell. Harmon is in Stormcrow Dervishes. In fact, both commanders are. But Harmon has a Spearlord and Quentin Martell for outflank in the Sand Skirmishers, a Spearlord for Sand Skirmishers, and Arrowhota for Sand Skirmishers, triple skirmishers. He's got Ilaria Sand, Doran Martell, and Peter Baelish as NCUs. Oberyn's list is him in the Stormcrows, as said before, and pretty much identical, except this one has Edric Dane and the Spearlord in the skirmishers, a Spearlord and Arrowhota. Along with that is Ilaria, Eris, and Doran Martell. That's very interesting. I've definitely heard of double Sentinels, but triple is crazy. Players have a couple more minutes to set up here. So all that's being set up, it looks like a Water Gardens is being thrown out from the Martell players, trying to clue us into maybe which list he's going to be playing. All right, guys, 1 or 2 more minutes before they're allowed to start playing the game. Both players are, I guess, just reading over what the other opponent's army is capable of, all the little tips and tricks they're going to need. Looking at the armies on the table, I'll try to get you some more info, but I believe I see Zor's riders over on the Baratheon side, which to me means that he's going to be playing his Stannis One True King list. Alan over there, I believe I spy Harmon Uller's card, because that's kind of the only difference between the two lists. All right, guys, we're all here set up at the commentating booth, taking a look. So to fill you in, it looks like we've got the Harmon Uller list from Alan, just based on the one card I saw somewhere. His card, because they're basically the same other than that. And we've got what looks like Stannis One True King over on the other side. So I guess going through the lists a little bit, you know,
Looks
he's
like
got
a pretty typical Stannis One True King list there.
yeah, he's pretty much all over the place. He's brought the Crescent as well, Solis and Shireen, Alistair Florid. Pretty, I don't really think there's anything standout in that list that makes you go, huh.
Yeah, it's very, very typical. I mean, Dragonstone Noble and Zorse Riders is kind of unusual.
Yeah, that could be a bop.
Yeah.
That'll do something. And
Davos
Davos,
and Lightbringers we discussed earlier. Always a good combination.
that was supposed to be very interesting in the last match that we saw it in.
Yeah.
And then as far, I think the Harmon list is much more interesting to look at, simply because I've run double skirmishers sometimes, but triple. What are your thoughts?
I mean, skirmishers are good. There's nothing wrong with running 3 skirmishers, other than that it's kind of boring. But as, you know, this is a national tournament. People play lists that are strong and not necessarily that are the most interesting or creative. And 3 skirmishers works. Which NCs does he have?
He brought Alaria, Doran, and Peter.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's a fine set. I think I kind of would want. Well, problem is with those Kingsmen, with the Kingsmen, the Water Gardens could backfire on them. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I I think both his lists have Doran, right? He doesn't have anything that can avoid that problem.
Both lists have Doran.
Yeah.
Both lists have Ilaria.
Yeah.
Both lists are triple sand skirmishers.
Yeah. Ilaria, I mean, I put Ilaria in every Martell list. She's
Oh yeah,
amazing.
she got nerfed, and I said, you know what? That's fair.
Yeah. She's still good.
She's still very good. I mean, just honestly, removing a condition token is plenty useful enough.
Yeah.
That I'd still like try to fit her in a lot of units, and then
Yeah.
being able to just go boink, you've got a condition token
Right.
now.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have at least some variety in my list choice. I would want probably at least one list where the third Sand Skirmisher is maybe a Bowman or Dervishes or something at 6 points, and then I can upgrade one of my NCUs to Ariane. I don't want to leave home without any Ariane list, and this is a matchup where I think Ariane would be very helpful for him.
Or at least maybe bump down, because also the dervishes in both lists. I mean, like, I think they work in both,
yeah.
but
Oberyn and Dervishes is a pretty classic combo. Harmon and Dervishes is a little more unusual. Usually I expect to see him in Royal Guard rather than Dervishes, but he's fine. I mean, Dervishes are good, so very
maybe he
solid
only
unit.
had space on the plane to bring 4 trays.
Maybe. While they are getting themselves all well, I think they're more than. Are they fully? They're not fully deployed yet, are they? Are they actually?
I think
playing?
so.
They're playing, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all set up.
All right. Oh, that's right. Here we stand. 18-inch deployment. So,
Yeah.
yep. So while they're getting things going, the tournament as a whole has really taken shape after round 3. So now we are down to 7 undefeated players, and they are all players who are pretty reasonably well known and strong. We've got the top board, which we didn't stream because you already saw both of them today, is Eva Morty, Sam Stoll, and Jan Jabor. Then we've got Bob from the previous stream playing Greg Smith. Where's my Pulitzer? Actually, I don't recognize his name. What's his elo? Let's find out.
Adjusted Massey list. He's got 4 Queensmen.
Isn't that Bob's list?
That's
Bob's second list, yeah. Now, Where's My Pulitzer is 1586 elo, so...
Oh, okay, I had the wrong person.
It was 1586 before today, up to 1624 after 3 wins. He's a Greyjoy player, and is doing quite well. Then we got Kurt and Allen, both strong players, and then the last undefeated player is Chicago's own Spencer Gerhardt, who is almost as synonymous with American Baratheon players as Kurt is. Spencer and Kurt are your steadfast Baratheon players. I don't think I've ever seen either of them play anything but Baratheons at a major tournament.
I mean, it's really paying off, all that expertise today.
Yeah, seven undefeated players, 3 of the Baratheons.
It's pretty cool. I definitely want to peek the win rates after the end of the 4th round and see kind of what's been going on.
Yeah, well,
but even right now, if we take a look.
Yeah. So top win rate right now is Greyjoy at 74%.
Absurd.
We won't count neutral because that's just Jordan. Baratheon at 59%. Brotherhood's doing pretty well at 56%. Martell's at 50%. Targaryen's very much struggling in this tournament at 27%. Free Folk also kind of struggling at 33%.
And it's important to note that this is avoiding mirror matches.
Yeah.
But even outside of that, that's still like a crazy amount. Because honestly, Targaryens with the mirror match enabled would drag their win rate up a little bit. Yeah. So the fact that it's so low is kind of crazy to me.
Yeah. In terms of commanders, there aren't that many that have more than a few games. Victorian is of course doing the best of those. 7 games, 5 wins. High Sparrow and Lannisters has 10 games played, 5 wins. Stannis One True King, 8 games, 4 wins. Oberyn, 13 games, only 6 wins. 8 Roost games, we got a few Bolton players, and they don't have that many options.
Not yet.
A few Giant players. We've got 7 Mag games, but he's only won 2 of them. And we've still got a lot of strong players in the 2-1 bracket too.
And theoretically, 2-1 is honestly at this point still live for winning.
Yes.
If everything breaks right for them.
Yep. Now we're not going to cancel the 6th round if we only have 1 undefeated player after 5. We're gonna make that player win it out.
I mean, I didn't plan on canceling either way.
Yeah.
But yeah, that just shows every point, every round matters.
Yep.
You know, especially for a longer tournament. I mean, you see some games and series and whatever, they go 13, 14 rounds knowing nobody's going to be undefeated just to get to that top echelon. So, I guess zooming back in on this, one thing, you know, we're watching this deployment in this first round and kind of just moving around. Here We Stand has always been probably the hardest one for me to learn to deploy on because it's the different one.
Yeah.
You're just starting so far up. If you don't match them, your opponent's just going to run into you. But if you start way too aggressive and you start moving up, you're just going to get caught out of position and eaten alive.
Yeah, and this is kind of a tough deployment for the Baratheons because 3 of the Martell units have their 14-inch effective range in those sand skirmishers. On the other hand, Baratheons have a significant advantage in the game mode that they have 2 5-point NCUs, and a 5-point NCU can hold a quadrant all by him or herself. We got Preston and Solis.
I want to clarify, 2 of his units actually have 15-inch threat range.
Oh, he's got High Hermitage Sentinels in 2 of them?
Oh, I'm sorry, he has Spear Lords. I'm sorry. Never mind. But it's not always just the 14-inch.
Yeah.
His list has...
does not have High Hermitage Sentinels.
Okay. Whew. Well, I looked very silly for a second. But he does have an outflank. He chose not to, though.
Yeah, and Here We Stand, with those horses, that's a good way to get your sand skirmishers isolated and hunted down quickly.
Yeah. It's always like, should you? And definitely, like, in a game mode like this, like, I'm sure the fact that he chose not to outflank them affected the decisions from his opponent.
Yeah.
Because you definitely want to, and you can almost see it, the Zorses are in the middle as to protect either flank right now.
Right.
Now, he would have had to either put them in this turn or in 2 turns. 2
Right.
turns is a long time in Song.
Yeah.
So,
it would be a very strange situation where you'd want to hold an outflanking unit to round 3.
But I applaud the restraint for not doing it anyway.
Yeah.
Because there's still a school of thought, you just bring it in round 1.
Right.
There.
Right. That's.
You know.
That is what I would usually do with skirmishers. If I'm going to pay the point for Quetton, I feel it feels bad not to do it.
But sometimes you just don't, unfortunately.
No. Yeah. The most interesting unit on the Baratheon side is that Zorse Rider with Dragonstone Noble for Sentinel. So, Zorse Riders with Sentinel have a lot of ways to protect units from these skirmisher shots. You can't hit other units and avoid those Zorses.
No, they're very mobile, and the fact that Sentinel lets you just make the maneuver means that they can honestly get into a flank very easy that normally they would have a hard time reaching.
Yeah. Now, the other nice thing, let's see, 1 True King. What is his card? So, he does not have an auto charge. Just get...
See both players doing a lot of measuring in this game.
Yeah,
I definitely feel like this is one of the more snowbally ones.
it is, and I mean, you just got to do a lot of measuring because when Martells have 3 ranged units, Baratheons have 1, and a cavalry. Everything on the Martell side is has a 6-inch speed, and the Martells want to get in without nothing. I mean, nothing on the Martell side can really survive much of a hit from the Kingsmen. You can hope they have if you have Dune tactics, you might survive it, but if you take a full swing from those Kingsmen, that could devastate a unit quickly.
I want to point out the terrain also is a little interesting.
Yeah.
You know, obviously it's kind of straightforward with the bog right in the middle.
Yep.
You know, kind of covering all 4 quadrants. They chose to put the stakes and the hedge out on the edges, kind of in the middle of nowhere.
That looks like an anti-outflank kind of thing.
Yeah. I wonder if, because I didn't catch it, I wonder if the person who put the bogs down also put the weirwood tree. And the other person put both.
I would bet that the Martell player put the bog out. Bog definitely helps Martell and hurts Baratheons. Then probably the Baratheon player put out one of the wall hedge thingies. And then I would guess the Martell player put down the weirwood and the Baratheon put down the other.
Excuse me. Oh, finally a big move. As what looks
skirmishers
like
going in on the flank.
Yep.
All right. Going for those Kingsmen, but
I mean, it's either skirmishes or dermishes.
It's a charge, so it must be the dervishes.
Yeah. Now he ran over a hedge to get there.
That doesn't do anything.
No.
Those are slowing down. The dervishes don't really care that much about being slowed down. Ambush means he's going to get a whole bunch of tokens.
Love that for him.
This is round 2. No MCUs are gone yet.
Yeah, so pretty bold. I mean, pretty bold to top a round 2 charge.
Yeah. But they got Swift Strike, so they'll get away and we'll get swords back. But the Baratheon player can grab horses next and go after the dervishes almost wherever they run to.
Yeah, that's my thought. Is it very rarely works out to be the person making that first charge.
Yeah.
No matter how tempting it is.
Yeah, if he doesn't do a really big dent in the Kingsmen, it's not going to harm. Looks like 5 wounds from hit. And panic test at a 6. What part did he just put down? It's not an Oberyn list, is it? You sure that's not his Oberyn list? That play makes a whole lot more sense if it's Oberyn.
It is Oberyn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so poisoning the Kingsmen makes much more sense. That makes that opening charge a lot more sound.
Huh. Yeah, because that does a lot to cripple the unit he just charged.
Yeah.
So.
which Kingsmen he poisoned? Is that Stannis or Axel?
I'm gonna double check this
Yeah.
time. Oh, it's not Stannis.
Okay.
Axel's the one that's sitting there in the white cloak. Yeah, that looks like him.
Okay. If that was Stannis, that would be an even rougher round. Because remember, a commander unit in Here We Stand is worth an extra 3 points of quadrant control. But that will kill Axel eventually.
So, in this game, you know, based on what's played out and kind of how it already started, which side do you think has the edge right now?
Getting in and applying that poison before the Baratheons even had a chance to do anything, that makes me. I'm giving the edge to the Martells right now. I think that makes a big difference. Getting that in round 2, it's going to be very hard. Baratheons are going to need to kill some things quickly to not let that drop their game. On the other hand, firing a few Lightbringer shots at them might be what they need to do that. Let's see. Kurt just played some card on the Kingsmen, which is interesting. I don't know what card. I guess Test of. Did he just pass a panic test? Play Test of Faith, maybe. Go look and see. That's just Selyse and Shireen influence. That makes more sense. So remembering Selyse and Shireen's influence, each time it passes a morale test, one enemy it's engaged with suffers 1 wound. That is required to be engaged with the unit, which is very hard to do in this matchup. Really hard to do.
There goes.
Rising Temps on the Lightbringers, I'm guessing?
I could double check, but that's what it looks like it was. That's what it looks like.
Let's see. Baratheon player goes first next round.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm not sure I like that play very much. That seems like not where you want to put rising temperatures, because he's going to want to. I guess now that we know there's an Oberyn list, he does have intercept orders. That makes it a little more palatable. Looks like a few dervishes disappearing to a Lightbringer shield.
They already did their job.
4 down. They're one of the few units on the side that has native healing, though. Pass panic. So you rank the dervishes, but I don't know how much that matters.
Oh, big measure. Yeah. Probably trying to see if he's in range to shoot and shoot.
Yep. intercept orders lets a Martell player be a little more cavalier with their rising temperatures. You don't have to worry quite as much about the other player knocking off. They only have a 3-up chance of, only got 2 and 3 chance of stopping them from swordsing off next one.
Stag's Wit. I hate Stag's Wit. It's not an overly powerful card,
Yeah,
but it's just so tilting.
it can completely ruin your plans. It's a very good card.
Just rerolls are such a powerful effect in this game, and being able to deny rerolls on your stuff while applying them to your opponent just is so good. There's a reason charging is always so good. Yeah.
Oh,
Judge call over the table. Give us a minute. Good morning to you too, Brick. So there's a lot of waffling over this charge over here. What do you think? Would you be going for it? Apparently he needs, I believe, a 2-up.
There's a severe positioning, I guess. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
That unfortunately changes the math and not in a good way.
Yeah, but too late to take it back now.
Yeah. You know, Alan was just patiently sitting there, like,
Yeah.
say it, say the words, say the words.
Yeah, that was. I mean, Martellus didn't need a buff, but that card did need a buff, and it's a good one. I do. At least Superior Position is now a useful card in some circumstances.
Cards are the most interesting part about this game. The NCU board is probably the second most interesting, but the hidden info part that, you know, you just don't know what your opponent could have. It really could change a game like this.
And he Disorderly from the Superior Positioning and took a wound from Mana Core Poison. Isn't it fun playing against Oberon? Yeah, this feels a little futile. If I were in Kurt's shoes, I would wish I had drawn Oath of Duty. But it doesn't look like he has.
It's like, take your stupid card back. That one unit has 6 things on it. It's got 3 cards and 3 tokens. Spreads them out.
It still has 7 dice. How'd that happen?
Yep. That's the King's Blade for you, right?
King's Blade gives you the reroll. It doesn't give you max attack dice. Huh. I can't figure out where he got this silver die from. It's Axel. Yeah. Yep.
You know, he has a pretty stacked 1-point attachment.
Yeah.
Some armies would kill for a NCU or an attachment that stacked. But it looks like he did only a couple wounds.
Yeah. There was a weakened token on him if he got pulled. Failed the panic test, that's something. And with intimidating presence, that's a substantial fail. So yeah, Solis and Shireen makes it so if the skirmishers start going in on him, Oberon's going to take more wounds from those panic tests.
Test of Faith goes out on Axel.
Yep. That's going to make him a little harder to kill, at least quickly.
So for everybody at home, this is the last round of the day. But you could join us early tomorrow morning, 9:30 Central.
I thought it was earlier than that. Let me take a look.
9 Central.
That sounds
I'm just saying
more
random
likely.
times at this point.
Let's see.
But we'll post in all the places that I'm sure you found us.
Yep, 9 Central.
9 Central. So that's 8 Eastern.
Yeah.
Somebody else can do the math for Hong Kong time.
Yeah. But generally, we haven't been starting these streams until the deployment begins, so probably 9:15.
Yeah. So. But that's about when you'll catch us. You can always watch the replay. It'll be posted up on our YouTube.
Yep.
Yeah, you get to watch 6 hours of nothingness between rounds.
Final round should be tomorrow around 12:30 Central. I left more time for lunch tomorrow, so hopefully we won't be delayed coming back from lunch as much as we were today.
Yeah, I was power walking to get those hot dogs on time.
And after round 6, I don't know if you guys are streaming the first round of the team tournament. Are you planning to stream the first round of the team tournament?
We might record it. We're still deciding if we have time to pack up and stuff.
Okay.
Apparently, there's a storm coming into New Jersey,
Nah.
and we need to see what's going on with that. But
Obviously, that is God's way of telling you that you should stay and play in the team tournament. I will be playing in the team tournament for the Crownlands team, which had needed a 4th player. So we'll
that sounds very fun.
Bring in Brotherhood, which is going to be fun. I enjoy playing Brotherhood.
It's an interesting army. I remember getting very hyped for it, and then I realized I had no Baratheons of the Brotherhood, so I was like, well, I'm gonna have to buy all 3 armies basically.
I had plenty of Starks. I had no Baratheons. Then I won some Kingsmen at Adepticon. That helped, and then I've just been using it to build up my Baratheon collection. So
taking a look at the board, Axel's down to the last man already.
Yeah, so he's got a few rounds to the last, and
he does pass this.
Yeah. I don't think I'd want to burn Selyse and Shireen on a unit that's poisoned. That feels like a waste of the... There goes the test of faith. But the unit is living through the first round. If he can effectively trade Axel's unit for Oberyn's unit, that's a decent trade for the Baratheons. If he can't, if Oberyn lives through this and heals back up, then it's going to be a rough time for the Baratheons.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's so dark. I can't tell how many wounds are left on Oberyn.
Not a lot. Down to the last rank.
It is 3.
Just realized nobody's called out for an arrowhead yet.
Oh, yeah. The winners of those games.
There are painting awards today, or is it all up to tomorrow?
We're giving them out all out tomorrow. We're not giving them out today.
So when we're done with play today, we're just done.
Yes.
Tell them to leave.
I showed him the painting awards. I don't think I showed you.
So the
Well, I was
dervishes-
talking to Evan. I guess there was something to swords or an attack, something that did finished those last 3 wounds off.
I think there was a lot of panic checks.
Okay.
Now I'm noticing the stream's turning into a little bit of a slideshow. I'm trying to figure that out really quick. So if anybody's noticing some issues with that, we apologize. It's not just you.
I'm gonna take a quick look at the other undefeated games, see how they're going.
What'd you do? Okay. What is it?
I activate here, move back a little bit to the side, and try to charge the inside. And then make it move to the back.
But he doesn't have room to snap. You need to have room to be
That's
able
what I'm
to
thinking.
declare and successfully.
That's what I was thinking.
And then you essentially you stuff results.
There's another one in the deck. Sorry. There's another one in the deck. Oh, yeah.
I keep shutting off Balon so he can't bring anything back. And yeah, this is what he's got left.
Good man, failed to panic check.
So we've got.
So I confirmed, or at least Chad seems to be confirming that it was a crown zap.
Okay. So we've got on tables 2, 3, and 4. We've got Greyjoys on all 3 tables, and on tables 3 and 4, they don't look like they're doing that well. They don't look like they're doing that well. Evil Morty is running his Rob list, and all 4 of his units look pretty much intact, while the Greyjoys are severely depleted. On table 4, Spence.
That's where they love to be, though.
But not against Two Tully Cav. And let me look at something on Evil Morty's list, because I thought I had not realized that his Rob was in Golden Company crossbows and not like dervishes, which is where you more often see them. But yeah, it makes sense in crossbowmen. I like it. Greyjoy's not looking. Evil Morty is looking good to make it to tomorrow undefeated. And then on table 4, Spencer is using his Courtney list, has taken out a number of Greyjoy units, and has the most effective counter to Balon in the game, which is Olenna. So Olena's been turning Balon off every round and keeping the Greyjoys from bringing back any units in an effective way. So looking likely that we will have Spencer and Morty making it to tomorrow undefeated. In match 2, it's actually kind of funny. We've got a real unstoppable force versus a movable object game. Greyjoys are pushing forward quite a bit, but they're against an army of 4 Queensmen. That's all
Yes,
it is.
the
4 Queensmen.
dervishes, apparently the crown zap was enough to take them out.
With Crown Zap with intimidating presence. Maxim.
You got
I was gonna go with Heaven. All right, so yeah, Martell.
That's why I love intimidating presence.
Yeah, losing Oberyn's dervishes. I don't know. That's a great trade.
I mean, Axel's effectively dead as long as he doesn't
Yes.
get healed.
Yes. But trading your commander unit for a non-commander unit, and here we stand, isn't a great trade to begin with. And because the Baratheons have the 5-point NCUs and Martell's don't, fewer units on the board means the Baratheons get more points out of the quadrants.
This is all true. So now is your, do you think it's going to be more in the favor of the Baratheons or the Martells?
I think I like the Baratheons better at the moment. Mostly because of point issues. So Stannis' Kingsmen can go into the quadrant at the bottom right of the screen and control it over those skirmishers. The Zorses can hold a quadrant by themselves. Light Raiders can hold a quadrant by themselves. The skirmishers can't just sit back and let the Baratheons score, so they got to find some way to do something about it. But with Manticore Venom gone, with one of their rising temperatures out, the Martells have already spent a few of their strongest weapons to deal with what the Baratheons have.
I don't quite know what the purple crowns are. They're kind of cool though. I'm seeing it as our top fans, so I guess a little bit of bragging rights.
Yeah. I don't know how much I like getting those skirmishers anywhere near those Kingsmen.
Yeah. I mean, they got the 4-up armor, but that only goes so far.
Right.
So there's a couple wounds off of Stannis' unit.
Yep. Problem is that unit can still heal, and he's got supply aid to keep him topped up as he needs it. And they've got Dauntless when they pass those panic tests too. Stannis and Kingsmen is very hard to kill.
Yeah, that unit's always ridiculous when I fight it in our little practice matches and stuff.
So, like, I would be very worried here if what I'd want to do in the Baratheon situation, charge those skirmishers, make sure I'm engaged with them. Looks like Kirk's even on turn next round. If you've got 2 targets for sword, then intercept orders becomes a much less effective card.
Because for the listeners at home, intercept orders is useful.
How? Sorry.
So the standard thing that you do with Oberyn, you put rising temperatures on a ranged unit like he's done with the Lightbringers here, and then the Baratheon player needs to target them with swords to take off rising temperatures, and intercept orders. If he passes the roll for intercept orders and he tries targeting the Lightbringers, then he's got to target a different unit with swords. If you don't have another unit that can make an attack, then you're just wasting swords and it does nothing. But if the Kingsmen are engaged with the skirmishers when he does that, then then he can just switch the attack to the Kingsmen, and then the skirmishers are still going to die a painful death.
I appreciate the explanation. Some people, you don't think about intercept orders as being a great way to stop a zone. Usually it's just kind of like, oh, the bags will go on something else, but that's a great way to just stop an ability like that.
Yeah.
What we just saw is it looks like they're trying to measure to see if it was a good idea to charge. What quadrant that would put those Kingsmen in.
Depending on how they align, yeah.
So apparently he doesn't like the quadrant. So I'm going to try to pick a different one.
Yeah, I recently had a game playing Oberyn Martells into Tyrion Lannisters. So both sides have cunning ploy, both sides have intercept orders. It was very confusing.
Oof.
Wow.
We won another round out with Dave, even with Baylor.
Give him an
All right.
arrowhead.
Oh, yeah, Spencer. You get an arrowhead.
Our first round has been completed, so we gave out our first arrowhead.
And that was
There's
Spencer.
a little less than an hour left in this round, so
that was
quick play.
That was Spencer beating Mitchell, so we will have 4 undefeated players going into tomorrow, and we will have exactly 1 undefeated player after round 6, assuming no one has a true draw.
What faction was Spencer playing?
Baratheons.
Oh, cool.
Spencer plays a very Lannister-flavored Baratheons. He always his primary list is a Courtney list that relies on Olenna and canceling enemy abilities to augment the Baratheon playstyle.
Has anything happened since the kill?
Kingsmen charged in.
Yeah, Kingsman and one of the skirmishers got into a tussle. How consequential that tussle is, I couldn't tell you.
Looks like they're rolling the attack right now. We'll see what happens. skirmishers. There's only 5 wounds. Not too bad. Not too bad
Yeah,
for
it wasn't
Kingsman.
that bad.
Weirwood's helping keep them alive.
It looks like the skirmishers scooted around and then did a quick fire.
Yep. That's what skirmishers do. Looks like I got all 8 hits. Saving on 5s. Pretty good roll. Only took 4 wounds on that.
Yeah. One could only hope to be so lucky.
If he passes panic, he'll heal 1. He's in Weirwood range. Looks like.
Yeah.
Always fun when you get hit in the flank and you're still saving on a 4.
All right, looks like the horses are getting in on the action.
I don't think they are. I think they're just going for quadrant control, and to go and do scary things next round. But I wonder if we're going to see Kurt use Crescent on his first player to effectively get 2 actions in a row. So swords attack with either the Lightbringers or Stannis, followed by a charge with the Zorse Riders, could do a lot of harm to the Martells here. Yeah, now I think Baratheon has a very strong position here. They can still lose it, but I think the game is theirs to lose.
Can you pivot and move off the table as long as you finish on the table?
If you
So it looks like a new round.
And let's see if Crescent hops. If the Baratheons were on first player, it's actually a fun interaction. Crescent would pop before Sand Diplomacy could go off.
Yeah. It's a fun interaction.
Was that a test of faith? Or not, Selyse and Shireen on the... Yeah, I think that's Selyse and Shireen going on the Zorses, so not a Crescent. Makes sense. Crescent is still a 5-point NCU in this game mode. You don't want to waste them.
No, especially in this game mode, where you can use them to capture the quadrants.
Let's see. So swords. Let's see who gets targeted and if there's any supporters coming. Martell player must have battle planned for something.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Game tactics in this situation.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most likely. I could see, I don't know, another disorderly charge card, but that's not guaranteed, so it's kind of a little small ball.
It's not worth it without your commander on the table, because without the commander, you need it. It's still not disorderly on 4 up. I definitely wouldn't be pulling their positions. Intercept orders, rising temperatures, and tactics. 3 things I'd expect the Martel player to grab right now. There's some Martel card attached to the Kingsman. I'm not sure what it is.
Might be the second rising.
Got it. Okay, so what's happening is they're both rising temperatures, and the Martel player popped his Eris MCU ability. So Eris is staying on the swords and stopping Kurt from taking off either of those rising temperatures this round. And also looks like he also gave a weakened token to the Kingsman.
Okay. I mean, I do think that's the primary use of Eris.
Yes. And that means since it is now round 3, the Kingsmen are hitting on 4 weakens. That's a decent way to limit the pain from them.
You know, I guess I'd give the advantage to the Baratheons, but it still kind of feels like anybody's game. You know?
It's really going to be... If the Martells can find a way to effectively get rid of those horses, maybe. Axel's a dead man walking. Lightbringers on skirmishers. I mean, he's got to do a lot this round before those rising temperatures go away.
I want to let everybody know there's about 45 minutes left in the round. I mean, it looks like they're progressing through the rounds quickly.
Is that Ariane's influence on the horses? That would make sense.
Is this who?
Ariane's influence.
Ariane doesn't have an influence.
Ariane does, but he doesn't have Ariane.
He doesn't have it. Yeah, I'm thinking Alaria.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not sure I understand. Well, so that's another problem that the Martells have is he can't attack the Kingsmen with that free unit of skirmishers without triggering Sentinel. So they've got to deal with the Zorses rather than the Kingsmen. They're shooting the Zorses to the side. That makes sense.
Probably for the best.
Bags is still open. And that was the skirm's activation. Looks like that took a rank off the Zorses before the talent test. There's some interesting Martells seem to have clogged themselves up a little bit and trying to figure out if the skirmishers in the middle can retreat towards the Zorses and have room to pivot and hit the Zorses. The Martell player realizes what we've said here, that the Zorses are the thing they've got to kill to get back in the game. Looks like they passed panic. I guess he didn't have Wrath and Conviction in him. Yep, that's the play I would expect. So now Baratheons have some problems. The unit that activated already used quickfire, so they can't use horses to quickfire with that. The unit that is attached to the Kingsmen could try to go after the Zorses, but on 2 ranks, then it's not guaranteed they'll be able to kill the Zorses with a front shot. And if they do retreat to hit the Zorses, then the Kingsmen are free to charge the other skirmishers in the rear, and that's going to be really ugly. Might be less ugly than I might otherwise think, just because the Kingsmen have rising temps and a weakened token on them.
He's always gets me. When killing Mag.
Yes.
And he has been reduced, his points reduced. He counts as
That's the reduced points.
Okay, thank you. So I'll let him know too.
He keeps killing Mag this tournament.
Has anything happened since the kill?
That's an old comment.
Yep.
No.
But no.
No.
It's been 20 minutes, and the Zorses are on the other side of the screen.
Kingsmen got engaged. They're doing something.
Oh, good for them.
Yeah.
When's the wedding?
Yeah. I don't know, but I'm sure it will be properly done in the light of the Lord. Let's see what Little Morty's match is going on longer than I thought it would from the last time I saw it. Let's see what's happening over there.
Yeah, last time we were getting flurries.
And one more. 3 hits and 1 hits.
Hot.
The units in that game are all over the place. I don't think I could guess as to how that game got to where it is. Greyjoy versus the Queensmen, on the other hand.
bit of movement going on. We got the Lightbringer sliding over.
We're an hour and 10 minutes into the round. Units have been grappling in that game all game, but no one has died because it is Greyjoys versus Queensmen.
The Lightbringer shifted over and made a shot.
Makes sense. Did it do anything?
3.
Let's see who they shoot at. That makes sense. Yep, shoot at them.
There we go.
And Selyse and Shireen's in there to do extra wounds when Stannis passes his panic. Failed the Lightbringer panic test. That's going to hurt. And taking 1 wound off the secondary panic test.
After the shot, you always have to make a panic check for any units of yours that were engaged with the enemy.
Oh, did he fail it?
Oh, big whiff, even with the weirwood tree.
Yeah. And he actually took wounds from it too, even despite iron resolve. Wow. That's bad luck.
Looks like we got some very tricky retreating going on.
And he do that, still fit an inch between him and Wrath, but I don't know. Looks like that's what he's doing.
I'll allow it. There we go.
Stannis will do his thing.
A shot into the flank.
Well, no, Stannis gets to pivot first. If he can. I think he should be able to. The other skirmishers are limiting his pivot ability. Yeah, he can do it. Thank
Both of us get first blood. We had to kill first round of combat.
Yeah, Vic flanked and we traded commanders.
Carson, Carson. No.
Carson?
What happened here?
Oh, he killed my commander throughout flank.
Okay, but how did you get a 10-1 on one end and a tabling 33 set? Like, who won the game?
He won the game. I got tabled.
Alright, looks like the Zorses are getting frisky.
The Zorses do.
Right now
for the flank charge into the Zorse and to the skirmishers.
They're about to go straight through the weirwood tree.
Yep.
It's kind of funny to me that a hedge causes, issues with charging and moving.
Yep.
But a big old tree.
Yep.
Run right over.
That was a sentinel move with the Zorses, not their cavalry maneuver.
Ah.
So now the Zorses have room to go and finish off those skirmishers after the Kingsmen and get through with them. Very clever.
It's like I was saying earlier, you know, Sentinel just opens up so much maneuvering.
Yep. When Martells are getting outmaneuvered by Baratheons, it's a bad day for the Martells.
So I think skirmishers are a good unit, but I feel like you need
you
more
need some
to the army.
synergy.
I mean, granted, he's top table at the U.S. Nationals.
Yeah.
So he's doing something right.
Yeah, but I would want some bowmen. And really, I'd want Ariane. You can really feel the lack of Ariane in this game. The Baratheon attachments. Being able to turn off Stannis, that Iron Resolve, and that Stubborn Tenacity.
Oh, yeah.
That Solace. I mean, you can turn off Solace, but you can turn off the Dauntless. Thank you. And Tristan, you are the third player to turn in.
Huh?
You are the third player to turn in a win, so you get an arrowhead. Okay.
Well, that's the skirmisher unit down.
Kingsmen did it by themselves. Okay.
Yep. And now it definitely looks like it's the Baratheons' favor.
Yeah.
Like this game mode just snowballs so hard because by virtue of winning, you start winning more. Because you've got more stuff out on the field, so it's easier to score.
Right. Huh? What?
We can leave our
Yes.
here for
Yes.
now.
guess just kind of looking at the game right now, both skirmisher units that are still out are separated by a wall of angry men, with cavalry on the one guy's butt and Axel that somehow hasn't died yet on the other.
Well, he hasn't done anything with them other than activate and use to the last. And it puts the Martel player in a bit of a bind, right? You want to waste an attack on the unit that's going to die to kill it faster.
Yeah.
You could be attacking the Lightbringer of the Kingsmen.
I mean, at some point before it gets too bad, you need to find time to put a vulnerable token or two out on them.
Yeah.
Remember, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
I mean, generally, what you want to kill that with, ideally, you want to kill that with Doran. That's the usual thing, right? Use Doran, put a vulnerable token on him. That's one wound to try to kill him. Then just do a wound with Doran. That's another. And eventually, you'll cut through their self-saving tricks. I don't see how the Martells have any way to deal with Stannis' unit at this point, though. Not quite sure what's going on table 2. There seems to be a lot of disengagement, but I'm not sure still not sure if there's anything that's died at least permanently.
I do see a couple of trays stacked up over on the side over there.
I don't know if those are extra trays or just.
It looks like table 1, aka table 3, just wrapped up.
Yes, Morty won, crushing victory. I guess one of the ways to deal with Balon is just having units that are so invincible that you can't kill them. 2 Tully Cav and Robin Golden Company crossbows are scary units.
I'm going to have to tell my local Baratheon player to just get good about fighting Greyjoys then.
I mean, I'm not even sure if Baratheons are as tanky as Starks with double Tully Cav and Eddard.
Yeah, no, they are on another level. Now let's see what's going on. It looks like the skirmishers. Yep. Yeah. Zorse is a fun word to say. I agree.
So this is the list that I mentioned last round. Kurt named just Zorses with a question mark.
Beautiful. Kind of reminds me of the Eric Andre skit where he's like, "What if it was purple?"
Yeah, that was a pretty damaging attack on those Lightbringers.
Good for them. He needs to quickly kill 1 or 2 units to have a relevancy in this game.
Yeah, if he can smash failed panic test too. Kills the Lightbringers, Axel dies, and he can kill the Zorses somehow, then it's a game again.
Well, his problem is definitely that there's 2 trays alive that kind of shouldn't be right now. You know, and they're giving him points for just being alive.
So here we stand then, yeah. Thank you.
Greg winning after that sorrowful defeat last round.
And Lannister's beaten Lady Stoneheart.
In the lore.
Guess the Faith of the Seven beats the Word of Light.
Speaking of horses, looks like they're making big money moves.
The victory point tokens make it look like the Baratheon player's up 8-4, but the Greyjoys have been controlling the map the whole time, and this is Here We Stand, so I don't know how, not quite sure how that happened, if the way that game's looked. I don't know, we'll find out soon enough.
Yep. So Zorses marched to the other side of the board again.
Yeah.
They're back where they started, more or less.
Going for board control.
Yeah. That looks like they're starting to clean up, I guess.
Looks like the score.
That would sound
7-2.
about right.
Smack the free folk again.
All right. Lucas running.
Yep, that's what it looks like right now.
Thank you.
How you all doing?
We're enjoying.
I love
About 20 minutes left in the round right now.
Well, Larry, it looks like he got his third win after that trouncing in round one, so he's coming back strong.
Submarine. I can understand sometimes, the first round or two, if it's like suddenly you're here and now you're on camera and you're like, I wasn't expecting this, and
I mean, and you're playing Morty, right?
yeah, that definitely didn't help either.
I think Larry's run Mother of Dragons all 4 rounds, too.
We finally had Axel go down.
Oh,
Took
the
a
poison
start.
finally did its trick.
Yeah. Dead man walking.
Yeah. I don't think the Baratheons have burned their Salice and Shireen yet, though. That also makes life a little tougher for the Martells.
All right, couple of hits going out.
That's 15 minutes, folks. 15 minutes till no new rounds.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's more a matter of what are the point totals.
Yeah.
Oh my god. The skirmishers over there lived on 1 wound.
What, the Lightbringers or the
skirmishers?
Oh, those skirmishers, yeah.
Lightbringers also lived on 1 wound.
Yes, but that's less unexpected. Thank you.
Alright, the healthy skirmishers are going to charge into the Lightbringers. So catching you up, the Sand Skirmishers charged into the Lightbringers, killed them, and are now kind of in range to...
surge forth and shoot resources, makes sense.
Yep. So that attack also did a pretty significant number of wounds. Excuse me. So it looks like the last unit or the other unit of skirmishers is still alive. They retreated off. I guess he's gonna try to do a quick fire really quick, and I guess rolled enough sixes to automatically take off the Zorses. So it is down to one tray, albeit the extremely healthy, almost impossible to kill tray in the last round.
Yes. Got to figure out how to kill those Kingsmen in the last round.
I don't think they have a last round. Yep, Baratheons are definitely in the lead right now. The remaining units are a single model in a skirmisher unit and a mostly full tray of skirmishers, along with, if I'm not mistaken, Stannis' commander unit. There is a time limit. They had started this round before the end timer has been called. So we are having them finish out the last couple moves, and then we're done. Oh yeah, definitely
Dave.
the last rounds. That's exactly what they're trying to figure out. time was already called. We are in the last couple actions.
The Victorian versus the Queensmen match came in as an 11-10 victory for the Greyjoys. So
So it looks like the skirmishers retreated a bit to try to get their shots off, and then we had a charge in from Stannis' unit, and that's them being picked up, and I think that's the round. All right. That's the round and the last match that we were waiting for in this round. So we'll have the results up on stats soon, and then once that's done, we'll be able to show you guys the
That's the
pairings
last round.
for
Thought I heard
tomorrow
someone
morning.
yelling in.
Final score was 11-7 Baratheons. All right, guys. I'm here with the winner of the last round, Kurt. Kurt, how you feeling?
Exhausted.
Yeah, I bet that looked like a lot of mental math you were doing all that time.
Yeah, at the end, I was like, just don't screw it up. Just don't screw it up. Just don't screw it up. Which speaks to Alan. He played a great game and he kept me pressing the whole time.
Nice. So, what made you bring Baratheons today?
They're my ride or die faction. I won't bring anything else.
That works. So, how did you start constructing these two lists you had?
I started with building off my old Stannis lists, which had previously included Kingsmen, Lightbringers, and then unit of halberds, and I think Flayedmen. And I just wasn't happy with the lack of mobility in my faction, and I've been unhappy about how Champions of the Stag currently are statted right now for a long time. And so I was thinking I didn't want to have a weak link in my army, which even though I like halberds, I've always felt like, oh, the opponent just ignores Stannis and they just go after the halberds, or they try to put pressure on Davos in the Lightbringers. And so I just wanted to eliminate weak links. So I went with a second unit of Kingsmen with Axel, because he unlocks a lot of really punchy abilities for them. While the
really
Kingsmen
does,
themselves
yeah.
are quite survivable with those two last tokens. And Sleece and Strain was extra insurance. And so then it just left me with, what cavalry do I want to use? And so it's like, I need a mobile element, and the two Kingsmen are costing me, and the 5-point NCUs that I like are costing me. So I had to look at a 6-point cav option. And so Zorses came to mind. Scouts were an option because they can tag repo the Kingsmen or the Lightbringers and do some interesting things, but they just don't fight well.
That's very true.
They're a utility piece primarily, and Zorses have that speed 6, which Stark Outriders have speed 6 and Crown Scouts have speed 5, and I've always been a little bitter about that, but Zorses are speed 6, and that's like first time stepping into like a sports car for a Baratheon player where everything's speed 4 normally.
Oh yeah, it's an entirely different game.
So I was just like, I'll just make this a super mobile thing. Half the time it won't even fight. It'll just run around and run circles around my enemies the way I've had Targaryen opponents run circles around me. Yeah. So it's like, I want a little bit of that power. And so that's why I went with it.
Nice.
And then my Renly list, which I didn't even use today, I brought primarily because of Olenna. It's like, there are some nasty NCUs out there that you just kind of want Olenna for, to shut off like Ned Stark NCU, or she can turn off Varys pretty well, or Balon, she can frustrate Balon pretty well. So I came up with a Renly list, and I went with Olenna, and I didn't love the point breakdown of what I could do with my NCU options there, because I wanted the 7-point Golden Company crossbows, and that limits what I can do with my neutral points. And so I ended up with a 5-2 list, which I almost never do. It's just, I just have more bodies on the field,
Yeah,
and
very interesting.
lots of healing and some more mobility. But against an Oberyn list, I didn't want to run a healing Renly list because poison. So I went with the Stannis list.
Okay. Very cool. And then when you went into this, what were you thinking? Like, what was your game plan?
I was thinking, oh gosh, dang it! Here we stand for the last game of the day. I got to think about math, and I'm terrible at this game mode.
It's a tough one, deploying so far forward, but like you don't want to get caught out and just immediately crushed.
So I wanted to know what he was doing, and so my deployment was kind of, it was initially angled away from the low wall, because the low wall could negatively impact me, whereas it wasn't going to negatively impact him with his skirmishers and ranged attacks.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, I want to fight on the side of the field that isn't where the low wall is. That didn't quite work out, because he came kind of aggressively down that side, and while I was able to kill Oberyn with Axel and Davos, Axel was also toast.
On his side.
So I was like, all right, that's just a trade-off, 1 unit for 1 unit. At least I got the poison out of the way. And then I started shifting, because I was trying to shift away from Oberyn to the right.
Yeah.
And then Oberyn got me anyway. And then it was just a matter of where things were on the field. And I was like, I'm just going to go for zones, because I was thinking about how the international opponents played me at the Invitational, and a lot of them would just avoid combat and take zones. And it's like, I don't want Zorses charging someone in the front with no power.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to charge him. I'm just going to maneuver and march past him. And he can take time turning around, or if he doesn't, I can hit him, or I can keep running around him. And It was just kind of a game of keep away for me, which was working until the end. He started to clean up some of my units better than I was cleaning up his, and it was like, oh
Yeah.
gosh, got a little tight there at the end.
Yeah, it did get tight because he was down to like 2 trays, and you had all
Yeah.
4 of them, and then
And I had like a
you
nice
had
point
one.
lead, but like he
Yeah.
started to close that up when he killed those units. Like, oh, here's another point. Here's another point. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh no, my lead is slipping away. But I was
So-
trying to play the zones really.
Okay.
And and in chat, I'm so sorry. I totally forgot the rule that you have to have a 5-point NCU to take a zone, a quadrant. If I ever put Alistair out there, he's only 4 points. That was my fuck up. I promise it wasn't malicious. I was just, if I made that mistake, I don't even know if I did. If I did, I'm so sorry.
I'm sure it's the end of the day. It's 8 p.m. or whatever. It's everybody's tired. So who are you excited to play against tomorrow?
I kind of don't want to do a Baratheon matchup. It's a mirror match, so I don't want to do that. I'd rather play whoever else, I guess.
Fair enough.
If I can play a Lannister guy, let me play a Lannister guy. Or if I can play give me a Stark opponent, I'll play a Stark opponent, or Brotherhood, or Bolton, or whatever. Free
not
folk.
Baratheon?
Yeah, I just really don't want to play Baratheon. I don't really want to play Targaryens either. Last time I was in this situation was U.S. Nationals 2 years ago, and I was like, oh boy, I'm in third. I'm like, what was I? I was like in first or second place going into the day 2, and my opponent was Banesh and his Targaryens, and I will forever be haunted by Rhaegal getting away with 1 wound.
Oh my god.
So I
That's
kind of don't
tilting.
want to play Targs. I'm just traumatized.
Oh, I understand that one. Well, I guess to close it out, anybody you want to shout out?
I want to shout out all my Kansas City guys that came up to Chicago. I want to shout out all my Kansas City guys that weren't able to make the trip. I want to shout out Simon and Darksword Miniatures for making such a wonderful game. I love this game. It's my favorite war game by far. And then big shout out to everyone that helped make this happen. Edgehopper and Evan being, head TO and head judge, and then all the community leaders, Yan over at Broken Banners. I know Carl put a lot of work in from West Coast Bannerman. I tried to help a little bit. I didn't do that much from my end, but I know a bunch of community leaders around the country came together to make this, hopefully the best U.S. Nationals yet, being player run. And so big shout out to everyone that, put in the time, sweat, effort, and tears to make it happen.
That was very nice. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Good luck on the
Thank
rest
you
of
for
your
having
games.
me. Thank you.
Thank you for playing. Hello, test. Hello. So yeah, that was day 1. I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time, so 10 Eastern, and can't wait to do this again. See you guys tomorrow.